a los equipos técnicos y de interpretación y también a quien vea esta grabación en el futuro. Esperemos que sea muy enriquecedor. Contamos con extraordinarios expertos de todo el mundo que han hecho un gran esfuerzo por estar aquí presentes y nos van a ayudar a profundizar en una práctica que desde luego merece una reflexión profunda. La eutanasia supone intervenir en el momento más crucial de la vida de una persona. ¿Ahora?
Se apaga.
Sí, es como que se apaga. I will use this one.
Yeah, use this one.
Sí, algo está pasando. Sí, ese micrófono no funciona. La eutanasia supone intervenir en el momento más crucial de la vida de una persona, la hora de su muerte. En un proceso que debería ser natural, hoy se provoca con una supuesta intención de acabar con el sufrimiento. Pero no solo se acaba con el sufrimiento, se acaba con el que sufre. Es raro el día en el que no escuchamos nuevos casos y cada vez más entristecedores. Un adolescente con depresión, una persona sin hogar, mayores en soledad. Cuando se sobrepasa un límite, ¿qué podemos esperar? No me alargo en reflexiones, que tendremos oportunidad más adelante en las conclusiones, ya que hay personas que tienen prisa por coger vuelos. Doy la palabra a Ana del Pino, nuestra modera en este encuentro que espero que sea de gran provecho esta jornada. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Margarita. Bueno, yo lo primero de todo es agradecer a la oficina de Margarita de la Pisa y al Grupo Conservador que nos apoyen en la organización de este evento hoy y tantos otros que hemos organizado con ellos y que estoy segura que organizaremos en el futuro. Gracias también a dos eurodiputados que nos van a acompañar en la jornada de hoy, Mr. Bert-Jan Ruijsen y Mr. Helmut Goiken, que son del Grupo Popular y Grupo Conservador. Gracias a todos ellos por su apoyo a la presencia de nuestras organizaciones hoy en el Parlamento Europeo. One of Us, Eutanasia Prevention Coalition, Protect Children's Life, Instituto Europeo de Bioética, Care Not Killing, Americans United for Life, entre otros, representan a una ciudadanía europea y mundial. Nuestra voz no es simplemente reivindicativa en la defensa de la dignidad humana desde el inicio hasta el fin. No viene solo amparada por un eslogan, es una voz y una acción basada sobre todo en la experiencia y en la ciencia, tal como pueden ver en el programa que tenemos hoy. En el profundo respeto a todos y cada uno de los seres humanos con los que compartimos nuestra sociedad y todos ellos son uno de nosotros, one of us. Gracias a todos los que nos acompañáis en esta sala o también a través de las pantallas en sus dispositivos en remoto. El evento, como sabéis, lleva por título Simposio para analizar la situación de la eutanasia y el suicidio asistido en el mundo. Es importante para las organizaciones de la sociedad civil tener la oportunidad de presentar y defender en esta sede de la soberanía popular que la protección de todos y cada uno de nuestros conciudadanos es y debe ser para todos la razón de ser de nuestra existencia como organizaciones de la sociedad civil. Va a haber un ligero cambio en el programa debido a los vuelos que anunciaba Margarita y, en primer lugar, voy a dar paso a la primera ponente, que es Catherine Glenn Foster. Catherine es presidente y CEO de American United for Life. Esta organización es la primera organización provida en Estados Unidos. Su equipo originario diseñó la estrategia legal en el caso Roe versus Wade y Catherine ha participado en numerosas iniciativas legislativas en Estados Unidos y fuera. Catherine se va a centrar hoy en el suicidio asistido en Estados Unidos. Catherine, tienes la palabra. Muchas gracias.
It is an honor to be here with you today. I am glad that we are together today because we are at a crucial and hopeful time in the life of our nations and the life of our globe. Every generation must confront the essential mystery, the essential gift that is human life. Indeed, we must confront the essential mystery and the essential gift that is our life. Are we truly unique, distinct, unrepeatable persons? Are our lives truly the priceless goods that so many tell us? Or are we just another animal in the forest whose presence here is ultimately of little account? We are in this room. We are engaged in the lives of our nations because we have, each of us, come to the conclusion that our lives truly matter and that this life and this world is a gift. Of course, it's easy to look around the world and be disheartened, but this has always been the case. What makes our civilizations truly great is what has always made civilizations great. We possess an ability to see the ultimate realities that form the foundation for so many of the everyday, the quotidien, even the banal or downright evil aspects of our time. We are, each of us, a part of great civilizations because we see the ultimate reality that because life is a gift, because we ourselves are unique, truly distinct and unrepeatable, we therefore owe one another our love, our solidarity, and our companionship in this life. Whatever your ultimate theological views, we know that the human person is not like any of the other animals in the forest. We are distinct in the order of this world, and part of our distinctiveness is that we are never alone. To be human is always to be in relationship with one another. We are born into family, into community, into our national life, and into an international order. We are connected. Actions and decisions here in Europe reverberate across the Atlantic in the Americas, and we shape the world through the sort of people that we choose to become. And this is surely the case on the intimate level of our families and our friends. If we choose to love and to live in solidarity and to walk with one another through illness, through disability, through hardship, then we become the sort of people who are capable of rising to meet challenge and overcome challenge. We become the sort of people who truly love. We do this by remembering that love is not ultimately simply a feeling. Love is not merely an emotional state, and love is not even simply a movement of the heart. No, love is a choice. Love is a continual act of the human will, and we love by willing what is good for one another. And I'm here today, we're here today, because too many people in this world are at risk of forgetting these perhaps obvious seeming truths. Too many are at risk of thinking that willing the good of another might include willing another's death by suicide or death by euthanasia. Every death by suicide, by euthanasia, by so-called medical aid, these are simply deaths due to our collective indifference. We must continually choose to be a people who remember what true love is. We must continually choose to be a people who are brave and courageous enough and clear-headed enough to remember that what is good for us is life, and life in abundance, and never premature death, hastened by all those forms of hemlock in our time. In America, we are fighting to remain who we have always been up until now, a people who do strive to truly love and to truly will the good of one another. Just recently, America inaugurated a new national emergency hotline for suicide prevention. Americans experiencing suicidal ideation or emotional distress can now simply dial 988 from their phone to receive life-saving assistance. In this small but important act, we choose to become a better people, a people of solidarity. And yet at the same time, a number of our states are rejecting the common sense value of suicide prevention and instead, tragically, are engaging in suicide assistance. We see firsthand the danger of the United States of America embracing the dehumanizing logic of treating persons as disposable or as beyond hope. Since our Canadian neighbors endorsed suicide and euthanasia in 2016, more than 30,000 Canadians have been killed by physicians. In the United States, no federal law has been enacted on the subject. And in fact, more states have acted to ban the practice of assisted suicide than have decided to risk it. And yet, assisted suicide is now legal in 10 US jurisdictions: California, Colorado, the District of Columbia, Hawaii, Maine, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington. Living right outside Washington, D.C., I was able to be especially engaged in that fight that ended with a tragic embrace of assisted suicide. And it was a fight. Washington, D.C. was the first majority-minority jurisdiction to legalize assisted suicide, which was effective in 2017. Talking with people on the street, in lawmakers' waiting rooms, everywhere we could, talking with the council members in Washington, D.C. We did what we could, but we lost that fight. It was rammed through by politicians and signed by a mayor whose own administration testified against it. But the people of Washington, D.C., and especially the minority population, were vigorously opposed as they learned more about it, as they learned the ways that the law could disadvantage them, as they reflected back on the civil rights era and how our nation has at times failed those who needed support the most. And they were not happy about this Washington, D.C. law. So many of them were living with terminal illness, economic disadvantage, and disabilities, and they knew that they would be the first to experience the adverse effects of these laws. And maybe that's why in the first year of suicide legalization in Washington, D.C., out of the 11,000 plus doctors who are registered, who are licensed to practice medicine in Washington, D.C., only 2 signed up to offer assistance in suicide. And of the hundreds of thousands, 200,000 plus DC residents, 0 availed themselves of the assisted suicide drugs in that first year of legalization. Thankfully, most states and most Americans continue to recognize that suicide assistance is incompatible with our constitutional and human right to life, that suicide assistance is incompatible with basic justice, with our values of due process, and the equal protection of the laws. Physicians who engage in suicide assistance are responsible for a broad desensitization and insensitivity for the plight of the suffering, the struggling, the unwell, the infirm, and those at the end of their natural lives who deserve compassion and palliative care. Suicide is never a purely personal act because as human persons, we are naturally social and communal to our core. We oppose assisted suicide and euthanasia, all forms of indifference to the human right to life, because each of us deserves better than the indifference of suicide assistance. Everyone deserves suicide prevention and life-affirming health care. And I want to say that again. Everyone deserves suicide prevention, not suicide assistance, and life-affirming health care. As we gather together today, let's commit ourselves to stepping back from the brink, from looking away from the abyss of indifference at the heart of suicide and euthanasia toleration. Ours are pluralistic nations, places where many peoples come together in the hope of becoming, in whatever way, one. In America, we speak of e pluribus unum, out of many, one. But we cannot be one people. We cannot be whole if we accept the indifference, the exclusion, and the killing that characterizes every act of suicide assistance and every act of euthanasia. Our lives are gifts, and we are together here today because in the depths of our hearts, we know that we were made for relationship with one another. I hope that we can use this time to commit ourselves to strengthening relationships, to choosing to love by willing the authentic good of one another, and in time renewing the best of each of our national traditions to once more become peoples who are committed to one another, to each other's thriving, committed to one another's mutual overcoming of every threat that would tear us apart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Yo estaba pensando cuando hacías la reflexión sobre el teléfono de asistencia al suicidio, estaba pensando en esta que paradójicamente contamos con ambas vías o hipócritamente, ¿no? Es una reflexión que me gustaría hacer. En España ahora mismo estamos con el tema de la eutanasia, pero también oigo anuncios de teléfono de asistencia a las personas que se quieren suicidar. Creo que es una reflexión que debemos hacer todos y que hoy a lo largo del día podremos realizar. Paso a presentar al doctor Carlo Bellieni, el doctor Bellieni es médico, pediatra, es investigador y académico en la Universidad de Siena, en Italia. Es profesor en Medicina Molecular y Desarrollo, miembro de la Sociedad Europea de Investigación Pediátrica, es miembro de la ejecutiva del Grupo de Estudio del Dolor y de la Sociedad de Neonatología en Italia y durante muchos años ha trabajado en el ámbito de la neurología fetal neonatal. El doctor Bellieni nos hablará hoy sobre los cuidados paliativos pediátricos desde una perspectiva holística. Doctor Bellieni, le dono la parola.
Gracias. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to have this opportunity of speaking here. And I want to underline that palliative care is not, thank you, it is not the response to the attempts to legalize euthanasia, but it was developed during World War I by a nurse, by Florence Nightingale, a British nurse, who first took care of the wounded soldiers in a special way, taking really, completely, holistically care of them and introducing into medicine two concepts which were ignored until that date, which were hygiene and the care of the environment. Now the word palliative care is a little obsolete because now it is a well-developed branch of medicine, a very interesting, very specialized branch of medicine. Next slide, please. And holistic and evolutive palliative care. It means that it should take care of the whole person and of all the person's evolution throughout its life. Next slide. This means that, for instance, it takes care of the location of the patient. Palliative care is developed at home, in home settings, but also in intensive care settings, in hospices, which are special facilities devoted to palliative care, or at home, or in communities. So we have a flexibility in location, next slide, and in pain treatment. During palliative care, patients are cared according to using different analgesic treatments, from non-pharmacologic treatments to opioids, non-steroidal drugs, but also as pain-killing treatments. In palliative care are used pet therapy, clone therapy, the presence of relatives, and the care of the environment. Next slide. This also means that in palliative care, we should take care of all the messages a patient send to the caregiver. And in a recent paper, I described different ways a patient can communicate, because the verbal way is only one, and maybe the least important of the ways a patient can communicate. The patient can communicate through silences, through disorder, to the mess, to paintings, through unconscious speaking, and through the use of technologies. And last but not least, through the labs data that are registered when he or she cannot speak. Next slide. And among these ways to speak with the patient, one of the most important is the environment and the architectural way a hospital is built. Now, a hospital is conceived as a hub where where you arrive and you are addressed to this specialist or this specialist, this ambulatory, and so on. But in the vision of the palliative care, the hospital should be a healing tool in itself. When you arrive in the hospital, you should feel better at once, because the hospital itself is a healing tool, not only a container of doctors and caregivers and so on. Next slide. Palliative care also takes care of the development of the person, because the needs and the way of expressing of a child is different from that of a baby and that of an adult, but also takes care of the different way of expressing and of understanding that a person can have throughout his or her bereavement. The curve of the bereavement changes from negation to depression, and we should speak with the patient according to these states and according to the character according with the temper of the patient. So the next slide, we say that this should be, it is important to have a flexibility in the settings, home, hospice, intensive care, hospital care, a flexibility in taking care with according to the level of the patient's growth, temper, and so on, the adaptation of the doctor to use the due tools to heal that specific patient, the multi-language and environment. Next slide. So this is what palliative care is. Palliative care is the care of the sickest. And for this is a paradigm of the whole medicine. The whole medicine should be flexible, should adapt to the necessities of the patient. But, second point, in palliative care, there are some moments when we should decide if a treatment is too burdensome or if it gives too much suffering to the patient. So how should we decide? Next slide. The most used criteria is the so-called best interest principle. But you know that most of the cases that have been reported by the media, for instance, the cases of Charlie Gard, Alfie Evans, Terry Schiavo, and so on, they have been flawed because all the actors of this drama thought that what they thought was the patient's best interests. Those who wanted to continue the cures thought that continuing them was the best interest of the patient. Those who wanted to withhold the treatments thought that withholding the treatments was the best interest of the patient. This means that it is too subjective as a criteria. Next slide. And it is based on the idea of the quality of life. And the idea of the quality of life is a very subjective way to decide. Because if I pass by a patient intubated, I can say it is all okay, because I know that this is the right treatment, or poor boy, he is so suffering because he is intubated. I can choose between these two reactions, but they are both possible, and they are both based on the idea of the best interest and on the idea of the quality of life. Because in my mind, I have one idea of what is the acceptable quality of life. And now the idea of the quality of life is used to make a graduation amongst the different types of disability, between a certain disability or an absence of disability. For instance, this quality adjusted life years method is used to say how much a life without disability is more acceptable than a life without disability. Like if I make a graduation, a classification, and it is not correct because all lives have the same dignity. There is not a life which is more worth of allocation of money or of care. And it is so subjective, this criteria, next slide, that as you can see here, most doctors in Europe, this is an interview made some years ago in an important medical journal, most doctors in Europe, here you can see only some countries, but there are many others, only some doctors in Europe think that life with a disability is acceptable. For most doctors in Europe, life with a disability is worse than death. You consider this and reflect what this means. If I think that life is worse than death, I suggest that. While, next slide, I propose the so-called pain principle, next slide. Pain principle is the idea of deciding, including in the decision, the pain assessment. So, as I wrote here, next slide, pain principle is the necessity of graduating burdensome intervention on the actual pain, not on the quality of life, not on the interests of the parents, because there is a conflict of interest, not on future disability, because not all disabilities are unbearable. Next slide. Now we can measure pain. We can assess pain. We have the tools to assess correctly with validated methods how much burdensome pain is in that patient. We have pain scales, multifactorial pain scales, but we can also measure, for instance, the stress and pain, measuring the level and the increase of cortisol, for instance, which is a stress hormone in blood or in saliva. Or we can also measure the activation of the sympathetic nervous system through different methods, for instance, the variability of the heart rate or the conductivity of the skin, the electric conductivity of the skin. In other words, we can say how much pain is a patient is feeling. And this can help us to take a decent and correct decision in these cases. This means that in some cases we should remove our treatments if they are excessively burdensome, if they are unbearable. But we should not decide, next slide please, we should not decide on a subjective, only on a subjective observation, but also on a correct pain assessment. At the entrance, I have left some copies of a chapter of a book I wrote on this, so if somebody is interested, can read it. Last, next slide, please. What palliative care is not. Palliative care is not a shortcut. Cannot be a shortcut, because in some cases it is very easy to take a patient and say, his life is not worth living, so we can address him or her to palliative care and not continue with active resuscitation or active treatments. Next slide. This is the case of preterm babies. Now we can resuscitate preterm babies at the limits of viability from 22 weeks of gestational age. After 22 or 23 weeks of gestation, we can resuscitate a baby actively, and these babies have more and more possibility of living and of having an acceptable life, a life without excessive suffering. But in many protocols throughout Europe and throughout the world, it is written that under a certain threshold, about 25 weeks of gestational age, babies should not be resuscitated or should be resuscitated only according to the interest of their parents. This means that we can resuscitate them, and in many parts of the world, they are resuscitated in the United States, in Japan, and in many parts of the world, despite these protocols that are valid in Canada, Switzerland, England, France, United States, and so on. So, protocols that say that some babies, though they can be resuscitated and they can have an acceptable life, should not be resuscitated, or should be resuscitated according with the options that, made by their parents. So this is a way to address to palliative care without reason in many cases. In some cases it is good, it is a good idea, because if a preterm baby we see that is dying, he or she should be addressed to palliative care, but not if we only say that maybe in the future he or she can be a disabled baby. Disability cannot be a reason to withholding or withdrawing active care. Next slide. Some years ago, we proposed this proposition to the Canada Medical Association, which had proposed this protocol, and more than 50 eminent scientists, neonatologists throughout the world said that this is not acceptable, because we asked, are these criteria based on a low survival rate? If yes, what is considered to be a too low survival? Are they based on the burden of the intervention? If yes, then state which interventions and how the burden is to be evaluated and by whom, and so on. So it is too easy to address somebody to palliative care at once. Next slide. But there are also other cases. For instance, the trisomy 13 and trisomy 18 are two paradigmatic cases when babies should not be resuscitated at birth. But now, many cases throughout the world show that babies with trisomy 13 or 18 are resuscitated and can have an acceptable life. So we have protocols that address them to palliative care, and on the other hand, babies who survive without excessive or unacceptable problems. Next slide. It is also the case of spina bifida. Spina bifida is another case when life sometimes death is actively given, despite patient with spina bifida can have a normal life or can have an acceptable life. But there are also other cases, for instance, the case of the left heart hypoplasia, when there is a heart anomaly that was mortal until some years ago, but now it is treatable. But in most protocols, it is written that babies with these anomalies should be addressed to palliative care. So this is what palliative care should not be: a shortcut for conditions that can be treated, and treated with the a good hope. So, next slide. These are my take-home messages. First, palliative care is the paradigm of any care. The flexibility of the palliative care with the different stages of life, bereavement, and the different ways of treating is a paradigm of the whole care. A whole care where hospital should be a healing tool, should be a prosthetic treatment, a prosthesis for the patient in itself. When you enter hospital, you should feel better. Second, pain assessment and not subjectivity should be the base to decide whether treatments should be withheld. Pain assessment. Now we can measure pain, we can measure stress. It is important to integrate this measurement into the decision of end of life. Last, palliative care is not a shortcut to actively terminate life when life is not at its normal end. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Carlo, doctor Bellieni, por esta intervención que yo creo que a todos nos ha impresionado. Yo lo primero que me viene a la mente es que realmente el cuidado está en la naturaleza humana, en todos nosotros, y los primeros son ustedes, los doctores, los que están en ello. Desde luego, desde las organizaciones que estamos en este evento, lo que pedimos, lo que apostamos es por los cuidados paliativos, pero que estos cuidados nunca sean un atajo para llegar a una eutanasia. Muchas gracias, Carlos, y buen día. Gracias. Bueno, a continuación retomamos de algún modo el programa que hemos tenido que cambiar varias veces y ahora sí pasamos al primer ponente de la mañana en el programa original, que es Alex Schandenberg. Espero un momentito que se pueda despedir. Y Alex no solo es un activista anti-eutanasia y suicidio asistido reconocido por muchos, sino también una persona que trabaja por los cuidados paliativos y el cuidado en los centros de ayuda y activamente promueve la mejora de estos cuidados. Alex es de Euthanasia Prevention Coalition, él es el director ejecutivo y viene de Canadá y nos va a hablar hoy concretamente sobre los regímenes de la eutanasia, la regulación de la eutanasia en los distintos países. Querido Alex, tienes la palabra. Gracias.
There it goes, perfect. Very good. So my job is to sort of set the stage where things are at with euthanasia and assisted suicide on a worldwide basis. And I'm waiting for my PowerPoint to come. There it is, perfect. And so basically, euthanasia and assisted suicide has been debated for quite a few years in the world. And I need to go to the next slide. So, when we're talking about this issue, people often view euthanasia and assisted suicide within the paradigm of suicide. Now, most people view suicide as a negative act. They've had maybe a friend or a family member, someone they knew who died by suicide. And so there's a negativity towards that. But nonetheless, it is seen as a personal act, okay? So euthanasia is sold to the culture as a form of freedom of choice and autonomy. They say, my body, my choice. But I'll tell you, when you hear my presentation and you listen to what I'm saying, you realize that this is not about freedom, it's not about choice, and it's not about autonomy. Euthanasia and assisted suicide are justified on the basis of what I call a lie, that these people are dying anyway. Most of them, if not many, are not dying anyway. And they're just simply reducing their time of suffering is what they will say. Well, we're just simply reducing the time of suffering. Next slide. Most jurisdictions have legalized assisted suicide or euthanasia, where euthanasia, they've done so by creating an exception to homicide in their criminal code. So if you look at the Dutch law, they created an exception to homicide, and the same is in Canada. So if you want to find our Euthanasia Act in Canada, you'll go to the Homicide Act in the criminal code, and you'll notice Under there, they created an exception to homicide, okay? So some jurisdictions have legalized euthanasia by defining it as a form of healthcare. So Canada's an interesting place. We've got Quebec and the rest of Canada. In Quebec, it's a form of healthcare, and the rest of Canada, it's an exception to the homicide code in the criminal code. Euthanasia is usually done by a medical practitioner who has first approved the act and then carries out the act by injecting the lethal drugs. And I'll talk about that a little bit at the end. Assisted suicide is done a little differently. It's the same idea, but the medical practitioner prescribes the lethal drugs that is self-administered. So when we're talking about euthanasia, it's a lethal act to cause death. It's an injection usually. And in the case of assisted suicide, it's prescribing the lethal drugs that someone would then self-administer. We move on. So why do people ask for euthanasia? I think this is a big question many of us go through. We're told it's all about pain and suffering. If you look at the data, it's not all about pain and suffering. There are some radical autonomists who demand their right to die. People say it's my right to die, I want to die, that kind of thing. They are the minority. There's a few people like that, radical autonomists. Yes, there's a few. Most people are not like that. Most people seek death by euthanasia because they're going through a difficult time in their life. They're experiencing difficult conditions, their illness, etc. They're feeling depressed and lonely. They're experiencing feelings of hopelessness and despair. They believe that their life has lost purpose and meaning. These are what I call deaths of despair. Legalizing euthanasia then is not about freedom, it is about abandoning. It's about abandonment. We move on. So the Netherlands and the Netherlands and Belgium legalized euthanasia in 2002 and Luxembourg in 2009. And in fact, those were the nations that basically had euthanasia, and that was it for a while, okay? Switzerland, now it's interesting about Switzerland because they technically legalized assisted suicide in 1937, but technically not. What they did is they amended their suicide law to prohibit suicide based on selfish motives. If you look back to 1937, they were not trying to legalize assisted suicide. What happened is, of course, in the modern day, that got interpreted to mean that if it's suicide without selfish motives, then it's acceptable, right? In the past few years, though, euthanasia and assisted suicide have been legalized in Spain. Now, Germany, there's been a court decision. It's not finalized in the legislature. Austria, and almost in Portugal. And that's in the European sense. And there were court decisions in Italy, Germany, and Austria. We move on. In Oregon, assisted suicide was approved by referendum in 1994, but then it was held up in a court decision, by a court battle, and until the second referendum in 1997. So you'll see some people talk about assisted suicide being legalized in Oregon in 1994, but in fact, you did not have assisted suicide in Oregon until 1998, okay? So that's how it went. And Washington State was in the second state, and it legalized assisted suicide by referendum in 2009. So there was a very long period of time where it was only Oregon in the U.S., and that was it. And for your information, there was quite a few states who there had been bills to legalize assisted suicide between that time, and they all failed. So it was state after state after state, and they all failed. They were all defeated, or they didn't have the votes to pass them in any way. Montana did not legalize assisted suicide, but in 2009, they had a court decision. It was the Baxter court decision. And so the court did not actually strike down their assisted suicide law. What they did is they created something called a defensive consent, which is a bit of a funny idea. Nonetheless, they said that if a doctor were prosecuted for assisted suicide, the doctor would have to prove that there was a consent, right? A defensive consent. Assisted suicide has now been legalized in Vermont, 2013, California, 2016, Colorado, Hawaii, New Jersey, Maine, New Mexico. Last year, no new jurisdictions legalized assisted suicide in 2022, and this year, So that's a major thing, and I think that's actually huge. If you're looking at it, you might say, well, what does that mean, Alex? I'll tell you, there was an awful lot of money by the assisted suicide lobby in the U.S. put into trying to win several states. They lost in Connecticut in the Judiciary Committee by 1 vote, but they put a ton of money into Connecticut. They put a ton of money into New York, and they failed. They put a ton of money into Massachusetts. It hasn't happened yet. So, in fact, there's been a lot of work. There's a lot of states where they're constantly pushing hard, and they have been failing. So every time they say, oh, there's this wave coming at us of assisted suicide in the U.S. and euthanasia worldwide, if you look at the U.S. as an example, almost all those states, every state that had a bill this year defeated it. So obviously speaking, the wave is not as much as you think. Canada legalized euthanasia and assisted suicide after the Carter Supreme Court decision in 2015 struck down the law. Okay, so they struck down the law. They gave Parliament 1 year to pass a new law. So in 2016, the federal government passed the law. But as I said to you earlier about Quebec, so in 2015, Quebec then actually was the first to legalize euthanasia in Canada. They did so by legalizing euthanasia, but not assisted suicide. Assisted suicide in their law remained illegal, okay? Very interesting. And they regulated it as a part of healthcare. The federal government in June of 2016 legalized both euthanasia and assisted suicide, once again, as I said, by creating an exception in the criminal code. We move on. It's about the only thing honest about the Canada's euthanasia law. If you read it and you read my comments on it, the language it uses is totally without description. So therefore, there's no definitions. So therefore, it lacks complete honesty or direction. And I say the only thing honest about the law was at least they were honest enough to make it an exception to the criminal code to homicide. And if you read the law, it actually uses the words homicide. So anyway, Canada's the best example of how euthanasia, once legalized, can quickly expand. I'm not happy about it. There's nothing to be happy about. Nonetheless, in less than 5 years after legalizing euthanasia, so in March of 2021, our government expanded the law. So, and what was crazy about it is that they had in the original law, so the June 2016 law had a provision that was put in it that members of Parliament who were concerned said, we want to have this sort of evaluation of the law. So right in that law, it said that there had to be an evaluation starting in June of 2020. So certain members of Parliament who were concerned about euthanasia said, well, we'll vote for it as long as we can evaluate it. And what happened is instead we expanded the law before even evaluating it. It's a crazy situation. Gotta love my country. Bill C-7 was passed expanding euthanasia to people who are not dying. The lack of definition essentially means that anyone with a disability or chronic condition can die by euthanasia. And I'll get into that in a moment. The most controversial part of Bill C-7 was they extended euthanasia to people with mental illness alone, okay? That was very controversial, so what the government did is they announced, so this was done in March of 2021, they announced a 2-year moratorium on euthanasia for mental illness alone so they can devise rules about it. In fact, we're not going to get any rules about it. They just, I think, were trying to let the negativity wear down over 2 years, and they're just going to implement it. I think that's how it's going to be. The government committee is now discussing euthanasia for minors, people who are incompetent, people with dementia and Alzheimer's, and possibly newborns, infanticide. So they're not happy with what we have. They want more killing. In April of 2019, the United Nations Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities met with the Canadian government officials and disability rights advocates to investigate Canada's implementation of the United Nations Rights of People with Disabilities Act. So that's important. They came to investigate. What did they actually put in their report? The report was published admonishing the government's implementation of the euthanasia law. Very interesting that the United Nations saw that. And in April of 2021, the Canadian delegation to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities also admonished the government for Bill C-7. And as they put it, the new bill essentially makes it legal to end a person's life simply because they have a disability. And that's, if you consider the lack of definition of our law, that's accurate. So some of the stories, now if you've not been following the media at all, you won't have seen these, but a lot of people are seeing these stories because they're actually spreading internationally. I get a lot of response by it. But for instance, we had recently a Veterans Affairs worker urging a veteran with PTSD to request euthanasia. Let's think about this. He serves our country. Now, it was in Afghanistan he served our country. And now he's experiencing PTSD. He's seeking help for his difficulties. And the Veterans Affairs worker who's supposed to be leading him towards receiving help for his condition, what he does is he's suggesting euthanasia, and he says, no, it's okay. I've already had a few others already die by euthanasia. It's okay. And of course, what the veteran did is he left Canada. He went to the US because he said that he could not trust receiving treatment in Canada. So he left our country and went to the US. Roger Foley from London, Ontario, where I live, he was offered euthanasia rather than being provided necessary disability support. So he's got a degenerative condition. He requires 24/7 care. Okay? He was not wanting euthanasia. But what happened is because the government was not offering him the care he needed, he actually had at the time he had experienced food poisoning. He was in the hospital. He decided he was not going to leave the hospital until the government agreed to provide him the care he needed to survive. And so what happened is the hospital said, okay, you can pay us $1,800 a day. I know it's Canadian dollars, not euro, but nonetheless, $1,800 a day, or you can have euthanasia. That's what they offered him. $1,800 a day or euthanasia. And what was he wanting? He was wanting necessary disability support so he could live. Alan Nichols died by euthanasia even though he was depressed but not sick. Alan Nichols, that was in 2019, so this is before we extended euthanasia to mental illness alone. Alan Nichols was, when he was a teenager, had a brain tumor, so he had the surgery. So now he's 61 years old. He's gone through a life, even though he did work in his life, so this is not a situation that he was on disability all his life, and some people would say, oh, maybe it was the best thing for Alan. No, he had worked during his life. He was retired as a janitor. He was, living a fine life. Money was not his issue. Care was not his issue. What it was is that he went through constant ups and downs emotionally, psychologically, okay? Now, that's not a totally uncommon condition, but what happened is he was actually brought to the hospital in Chilliwack to protect himself. His neighbor had noticed he had not been out of his house in three days, not opened his windows or anything, and so they called the police, because this is regular for Alan. He'd go really deep, deeply depressed, really deep. The police came and they brought him to the hospital to protect him, and he asked for death. They took it as a request for euthanasia, and he died by euthanasia. The family was shocked because they said, well, this was crazy. He was not competent. They said at that point he was not competent. This was not new for Alan. If this was like the first time this had ever happened to Alan, you might think, oh, well, no, this was not new for Alan. This was his normal situation where he'd go really up and really down, and he was at a very down time. The difference was his euthanasia was legal, and the doctor took it as a request, approved it, and killed him. This other case, this woman recently died in Winnipeg, actually, by euthanasia based on inadequate home care. She needed home care, not adequate home care, so she was a person with a disability who then decided, well, medical aid in dying is available to me, so she died by medical aid in dying. Kat's not her name. I talked to Kat quite a bit. She was approved for euthanasia even though she couldn't access necessary treatment. She had a degenerative condition which was really affecting her pain, and she was in pain a lot. She was seeking treatment, and all she was getting was some analgesics, and that was it. And she was begging them for treatment, and there is treatment available for her condition, for her pain, for her situation, but she wasn't getting it. But she was approved for euthanasia. So you can't get treatment, but you're approved for euthanasia. A woman who was 51 in Ontario died by euthanasia because of multiple chemical sensitivities. Multiple chemical sensitivities, the treatment for that is a clean house. She needed a clean place to live. She was living in social housing in one of these big apartment complexes, geared to her income because she had a disability. And of course, how are you supposed to live in such an apartment complex when you're reacting to things like, cleaning fluids and whatever else? She said she couldn't leave her bedroom, but they approved her for euthanasia, but they could not find her a place to live. So what she needed was a clean place to live. Instead, she died by euthanasia. Amir Fasood, he's in Ontario. He's seeking euthanasia to avoid homelessness. So the person who owns the place that he lives in has sold it, and he's been told that he's got to leave. He can't find another place to live that he can afford. But since he has a disability, he's approved for euthanasia. So he can have euthanasia, but he can't find a home. It sounds crazy. It's my country of Canada. Thank you very much. I'm concerned about the Italian court cases. Now, why am I concerned about them? Well, we should all be concerned about them. All of the precedent-setting assisted suicide Italian court cases have been people with disabilities. And you can look at the cases. I've got them listed on the screen here. I don't speak Italian and I don't pronounce it right, but nonetheless, in the main Italian court decision, which is what they're having to follow in order to try and figure out a law, they use the phrase, assisted suicide should be available to people who have physical and psychological suffering that he or she considers intolerable. So what they're using is the decisions have been based on disability. So first of all, I consider this eugenic. They're looking at those people's lives with disabilities, and they're saying those lives, we agree, are not worth living. And they're going further than that, will then extend further to that to the wider population. But they're using this term, causing physical and psychological suffering. When you're talking about psychological suffering, especially since you have not defined it, you're actually opening up a fairly wide open concept of who can live and who can die. Because if you consider psychological suffering and consider the nature of the talk I'm giving you right now, everyone listening to me right now is probably experiencing some level of psychological suffering. We move on. In December 2020, the Austrian Constitutional Court decided that the law preventing assisted suicide violated a person's right to self-determination. The new law allows chronically and terminally ill adults to make provisions for an assisted suicide. Now, it is assisted suicide in Austria, not euthanasia. The difference, of course, between the two is euthanasia is lethal injection by a doctor or a nurse practitioner, etc., whereas assisted suicide is they give you the lethal drugs, you have to take it yourself. When assisted suicide is permitted for chronically ill people, the law becomes wide open. Now, I know that the Austrian parliament wasn't looking for a wide open law, but they were dealing with a court decision. I understand this completely. Nonetheless, I'm very concerned about these judges and their court decisions because I consider these very eugenic decisions. It's really saying that certain lives are not worth living. Most people with disabilities who are not otherwise dying have chronic conditions. It's just, that's how they are, right? Therefore, they would qualify for assisted suicide under Austria's law. Now, the nice thing about Austria's law is it does have a long waiting period. We'll move on. When we cannot prevent the legalization of euthanasia or assisted suicide, such as when there's been a court decision, we must at least fight against the permissive language, such as the language which focuses on people with disabilities or chronic conditions. And the reason I'm saying this is that widens it completely. The concept of a chronic condition is so wide, you can drive a hearse through it. Many people who are not in any way dying have experienced chronic conditions. When I was talking about those Canadian cases, those are people who could live without a problem for many, many, many years, and with the proper care can live perfectly well for many, many, many years. But of course, they're approved for euthanasia because they qualify under how the definitions of the law work. We also must prevent the medicalization of euthanasia and assisted suicide. Since medical treatment is promoted as a right in many jurisdictions, I'm not sure exactly in Europe how exactly, but I'm sure many nations view medical treatment as a right. I have a right to receive care, right? When these acts are defined in medical terms, it leads to a right to be killed. And that's what is happening in Canada. Even though it is not legalized as a medical treatment, other than in Quebec, the fact of it is it's being treated like a medical treatment, and therefore it's being sold to the medical establishment as people have a right to be killed. Limiting a right to be killed is difficult. How are you going to limit something that's considered a right? Safeguards, which were originally proposed in our country and in many countries to get acceptance to pass the law, these safeguards to legalizing euthanasia later then are seen as discrimination or limiting one's right. And how do you then justify a safeguard when it's viewed as limiting a right or it's seen as discrimination? Euthanasia is sold to the culture as enabling a person's autonomy and choice. My body, my choice, right? That's how they sell it. We're told that assisted suicide is for people who are suffering and nearing death. Well, obviously the lady with multiple chemical sensitivities she had a form of suffering. There's no question about it in her life condition at that moment because she didn't have a clean place to live. She was suffering. There's no question about it. But she was not nearing death in any way. She did die. We're told that assisted suicide is not a form of suicide because the person rationally chooses to die. Is that true? All of these points are either philosophically wrong or not usually the case. We move on. Euthanasia, assisted suicide have been, the movement there, trying to redefine these acts to make them culturally acceptable. The concept is that we redefine what this is and we make it culturally acceptable. We need to call it what it is. I believe in calling it what it is. I call it homicide, I call it killing. People say, oh, this isn't killing, this is medical aid in dying. Well, medical aid in dying, and then here's the funny thing, we have an ad going on in British Columbia, and we got some complaints to the Canadian, CRTC, the Canadian Radio Television Commission, whatever, about that we used the word euthanasia. They said it's medical aid in dying. Well, what is medical aid in dying? It's euthanasia. It's assisted suicide. So, you know, whatever, medical aid in dying just makes us feel better about it, that's all. We need to use the stories from Belgium, the Netherlands, and Canada. How do you counter this freedom concept? You counter it with the true stories, what is happening. We need to focus on the language of the legislation and these court decisions. The language is dangerous. If you can appeal a decision, appeal it on the basis of the language alone sometimes. These are dangerous to the lives of people with disabilities, and it's based on eugenic ideology. We move on. I'm not afraid to say it's eugenic. The euthanasia lobby, what are they trying to do? They're trying to legalize it in more jurisdictions. Well, that's not a secret. They're trying to medicalize euthanasia and assisted suicide. In many cases, they've already done so. They're trying to define it as treatment to end suffering. So they're calling it a treatment, right? So they say, oh, this is a medication for a treatment. No, it's poison to kill, okay? They're trying to institute it as a form of palliative care. Well, that's terrible. Palliative care is about caring for people. They're trying to force medical professionals to participate. In my own country, conscience rights are being stomped on. They're trying to redefine its meaning so they can normalize it. We need to call it what it is. After normalizing it, they want it to be done by non-medical people. You see the recent court case in the Netherlands to make it non-medical. The Euthanasia Prevention Coalition is working with the Compassionate Community Care. Our response is to care, not kill. To deal with people, to help people, to care for people, not to kill people. I say we can change the world, and we can change the world one person at a time, but our response is to care. The answer is to care and be with others and journey through their difficult times of their life, not to kill them. And I believe that is the end of my presentation. There should be one more slide just showing. And thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Alex. La verdad que la terrible, cuando te oía y estos casos que denuncias, que a veces veo en vuestra página web, en vuestras comunicaciones, en la newsletter, veo la terrible deriva de la eutanasia, ¿no? Y cómo cada país va avanzando en cada país, lo vemos en España, en Portugal, en Italia. Realmente esta batalla cultural que ellos empezaron por esa supuesta muerte digna, las personas que piensan que podemos matarnos unos a otros porque sí, porque simplemente tengo una enfermedad o tengo una discapacidad o porque no quiero vivir, iniciaron una batalla cultural en el cine, que creo que todos reconocéis en medios, y nosotros quizá estamos llegando un poco tarde. Pero quiero decir que aquí estamos y os agradezco a todos los que estáis aquí porque seguimos en esa batalla y, por supuesto, la daremos porque cada vida importa, sin ninguna duda. A continuación, quería pasar al siguiente ponente. Nuestro tercer ponente es don Manuel Martínez Sellés, que nos ha acompañado en numerosos eventos de One of Us y a las organizaciones también que en España defienden la vida, siempre además con gran valentía, quiero decir, y me atrevo a decir que también con mucha paciencia, porque con todos nosotros, porque le llamamos y le requerimos muy a menudo. Gracias, querido Manuel, por aceptar de nuevo esta invitación. El doctor Martínez Sellés es presidente del Ilustre Colegio Oficial de Médicos de Madrid, es catedrático de Medicina de la Universidad Europea de Madrid, jefe de sección de Cuidados Cardiológicos Agudos, Servicio de Cardiología del Hospital General Universitario Gregorio Marañón, es profesor asociado en la Universidad Complutense de Madrid. Querido Manuel, tienes la palabra para tu exposición sobre la eutanasia desde la perspectiva del personal sanitario. Gracias.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to be here. Thank you to One of Us and also to Margarita de la Pisa. And basically what I will try is to cover some aspects. Some of them have been already seen this morning, so I will skip those. Basically, the first thing I would like to show is that euthanasia is going against the essence of medicine. The Hippocratic Oath, as I suppose you know, was written almost 2,500 years ago. Because I think this is interesting, because sometimes when I speak about these topics in Spain, they accuse me, well, you are like showing the Christian point of view and so on. And this was written 500 years before Christ. And it's quite clear that the Hippocratic Oath forbids euthanasia. So since the beginning, the defense of life is intrinsic to the medical profession. But this is probably even more so today, because nowadays we have much more drugs, much more devices that we can use to treat our patients. So we can imagine that patients that had these serious and terminal conditions, and they were suffering much more in the 5th century before Christ than now. And so if Hippocrates already had lots of reasons to be against euthanasia, we have much more. This is a declaration of the World Medical Association from last month, I think it emphasizes the fact that euthanasia is unacceptable from the medical point of view. As you can see, it's very clear the World Medical Association remains firmly opposed to euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide. And this is a very interesting document that was published last year by the College of Psychiatrists of Ireland. And I recommend this document because I think that very clearly it shows how euthanasia is never a good medical practice. And also, they are very concerned because euthanasia and physician-assisted suicides are giving exactly the opposite message that we should give to patients that have ideas about suicide and so on. So basically this message goes in the wrong direction, and we should try to prevent deaths through suicide and not facilitate them. This is the Spanish Code of Medical Ethics. It has been actualized this year, and also, as you can see, very clearly it forbids euthanasia. So it's a little bit disappointing for us that in spite of our medical code is against euthanasia, our government has legalized euthanasia in Spain. And the main committee that assessorates our government about bioethics also in 2021, in a very clear report, they said euthanasia was not acceptable. But in spite of all these opinions, unfortunately, we are right now with Benelux, the only place in Europe where euthanasia is legal. Not only that, our government is clearly trying to change medical opinion regarding euthanasia. This is a question that all physicians that want to work in Spain need to pass a medical exam, and this national medical exam in 2021 included a question that of the 4 possible answers, 3 were euthanasia and one was physician-assisted suicide. So our law is particularly aggressive because euthanasia is now considered in Spain natural death. So it's even difficult to know the number of euthanasias in Spain because all of them, from all legal point of views, are considered natural death. We've seen what happens when you approve euthanasia in a country, and we are very concerned about what is going on now in Spain with the end of trust in the medical doctors. So patients do not rely anymore in some of our opinions because they are not sure if we really want what is best for them. Euthanasia approval might slow the medical progress because what company is going to research in some conditions if patients that have those conditions are being killed. Of course, euthanasia is very dangerous for patients, but also for physicians, because there are lots of studies that show that when you perform euthanasia, you also remain affected from the emotional and psychological point of view. It's quite clear that there are some economic implications regarding this. Probably patients that have a good socioeconomic condition can go to hospitals, clinics, can get good palliative care, can have in their home doctors and nurses that are going to provide them good palliative care. Unfortunately, patients that do not have this good socioeconomic condition, they might think that they are a burden for their families. And in fact, in many cases, at least in Spain, they are a burden because they do not receive good palliative care. So for me, it's a paradox that euthanasia, that is supposed to promote autonomy, in lots of cases, it's a weapon of coercion. And also, lots of patients that ask for euthanasia have previous conditions like depression and other mental conditions. So they are not really autonomous to ask for it. And at least in Spain, it's also producing family mistrust. So if I tell my father, let's go to the hospital, perhaps he doesn't want to go because he thinks I might want my inheritance. So regarding palliative care, I think that in previous expositions, we've seen what palliative care is. Basically, what we try with palliative care is to prevent all types of suffering, not only physical suffering like pain or breathlessness, but also psychosocial and spiritual suffering. And this is the last atlas of palliative care in Europe. And unfortunately, in Europe, we have less than half of the palliative specialized services that we need. So the recommendation of the European Association of Palliative Care is 2 specialized services per 100,000 inhabitants. We have less than 1. So instead of promoting palliative care, for me it's a surprise that some governments are promoting euthanasia. Not only that, as you can see, in most European countries that are in blue, we have a specific official medical specialization in palliative care. But it's funny to see that both Spain and Benelux, the 2 only places where euthanasia is approved in Europe, we do not have this medical specialization in palliative care. So in a way, when you go through the pathway of euthanasia, you are avoiding palliative care. Some words about ageism. As you know, in Europe, ageism is a really a significant issue. We have in most of our countries an increasing elderly population. This is a very interesting questionnaire that was published 10 years ago in one of the main medical journals, in the British Medical Journal. Basically, they asked doctors if they were worried about how they were going to be taken care when they were old. And it's very interesting that 80% of them were worried about the care that they will receive when they are old. So basically, this is because they are seeing that the elderly frequently do not receive a proper care. And this is a very interesting study that was published 2 years ago because, as you know, in the US, they've been studying a lot the effect of racism in healthcare. So basically, with the movement Black Lives Matter, lots of studies have shown that a black person with the same disease as a white person has a worse prognosis because racism has a very significant impact in healthcare. Well, interesting, these authors found that ageism has even more effect in prognosis. So ageism is probably one of the things we should fight against because if not, we might end delivering poor medical care to elderly patients. Well, this was a bill that was fortunately never applied, but that it was a suggestion that in all patients old persons aged 75 or over in the Netherlands were able to get like a suicide kit to finish their life. Ageism was already a problem before COVID, but after COVID, lots of studies have shown that COVID has increased hostility against the elderly. And in one article I wrote during the pandemic, I asked what would happen if Queen Elizabeth, that was alive still in that age, or Pope Francis had COVID, if anybody will question the need of delivering them a proper medical care. Just an extreme to show how this COVID ageism relation might be dangerous. This is an Italian doctor that basically, when the intensive care unit was full, he basically killed the elderly so that he could admit in the intensive care unit younger patients. So this is another example of the slippery slope. Already in Spain, we have transplants after euthanasia. For me, this is particularly dangerous because in some persons that are thinking about finishing their lives, instead of trying to change that, we are even giving them more reasons to ask for euthanasia. So it's quite dangerous because instead of avoiding that desire, you are telling them, well, you are going to, your decision is going to be good for other persons that will be able to receive your organs. Some doctors even are already advocating for something that is even more dangerous. Is not only that after euthanasia we extract the organs of these patients, but basically what they propose is that the organ extraction should be the way of killing the patients. So that way you do not need to wait for death to get the organs. You just get the organs while patients are alive, and in that process you kill the patients. As we've seen, euthanasia is approved only in some countries, but much more countries have approved the assisted suicide. And we already have some companies that are developing this type of devices that facilitate assisted suicide. Also to see where can this get, and already the previous speaker spoke about this, some academics that advocate for after-birth abortion. So basically when a newborn is not perhaps from the social or economic point of view good for his or her parents, even with healthy babies, some academics defend infanticide. I think this gives us an idea as where this slippery slope might end. And finally, my last message is to differentiate quality of life from dignity. So quality of life is a very subjective concept that only each of one of us knows what our quality of life is. Of course, quality of life depends on our health status, but it depends on many more things. And we should not think that we can say what the quality of life of somebody is, or what is the quality of life of a patient. Only the patient is able to know what his or her quality of life is. And for me, it's even more dangerous that right now frequently we are confronting two different concepts, quality of life and dignity. So all of us, just for the fact that we are human beings, we have a dignity that nobody can take away from us. And no matter how terminal or how severe is a condition, those patients have exactly the same dignity as all of us. And in fact, this is the fundamental of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that all of us have the same dignity. It is true that some patients might not perceive their dignity, although they have it. But it's very interesting that studies have shown that the perception of dignity is not so much related with the medical condition, is more related with what the environment, the health system is providing that patient. So two patients with the same medical condition, if one of them is seeing that nurses and doctors are empathic, dialogue with him, the family is visiting him or her, there's compassion and so on, that patient will perceive his dignity or her dignity. In exactly the same situation, if the patient what is seeing is that nurses and doctors do not care for him or her, family is not visiting and so on, that patient with the same condition will not perceive his or her dignity. It's very important not to prejudge because even in the most extreme medical conditions, patients might be happy. This is a study done in locked-in state. Are patients that are not able to move. They cannot move, at least voluntarily, any part of their body. And until 4 years ago, nobody had communicated with these patients. And so with new neurophysiologic tools, these authors were able to communicate with patients. Basically, they asked them questions and they had to think yes or no. And they were able to communicate with them. And it was funny that when they asked them if they were happy, the four of them thought yes to answer. This type of communication has been developed even better, and now they are able even to communicate with these patients, and the patients are able to think words, and those words come into a panel. So for the first time, one of these patients that is unable to move at all was able to speak, to communicate. And this is interesting. The principal investigator of this study did this interview to one journal in Spain, and he said this: how do you know that someone totally paralyzed doesn't want to live? Have you asked him? I did, and the patient is happy. So in conclusion, euthanasia is a distortion of the essence of medicine, as this is already pointed out by the Hippocratic Oath. Nowadays, it's quite clear that in Europe we have less than half of the palliative care we need. Ageism is very common. It was already common before the COVID pandemic, but it's even more common now. Euthanasia consequences are extremely dangerous, and we are already seeing that in Spain. And finally, quality of life, it's different from dignity, and nobody knows what quality of life a person has, and all of us have the same dignity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Estimado Manuel, es un honor compartir mesa contigo. Creo que como a mí, a todos los asistentes, pues les habrás dado una luz, ¿no? Los ponentes de hoy están siendo todos cruciales, ¿no? Para una reflexión tan necesaria en este espacio, porque, como hemos visto en el mapa, no es tan común esta práctica en Europa. Todavía, desgraciadamente en nuestro país ha caído, pero hay otros muchos países que todavía están con este debate abierto, y dar argumentos, proponer reflexiones, preguntas, hacer ver la deriva tan terrible hacia la que nos puede llegar es muy importante. A mí me ha gustado especialmente, ¿no?, esta afirmación que has hecho, ¿no?, como la eutanasia, que se supone que viene a ofrecer libertad de decisión, autonomía, ¿no? Es un instrumento que todos lo vemos así, ¿no? Que se puede convertir en lo que es un instrumento de coerción, de presión, ¿no? Donde aquel que se siente que puede ser un estorbo, pues se ve obligado a acudir, ¿no? Para no molestar a los familiares o a quienes tienen que cuidar, o lo que has comentado de la discriminación hacia las personas mayores, porque suponen un coste y resulta que la población va a poder evaluar si ese coste merece la pena o no, porque lo estamos evaluando en términos económicos, ¿no? Es realmente peligroso. Yo creo que aquí hay un punto que es importante hacer ver, ¿no? El que nunca pensemos que cuando alguien necesita ayuda, y esto quizá lo tenemos que hablar en primera persona, ¿no? Necesitar ayuda no es molestar, porque todos tenemos esa tendencia, ¿no? A cuando necesitamos la ayuda de otro, pensar que es generoso, intentar evitar ese esfuerzo, ¿no? A otros. Cuando yo siempre lo digo, ¿no? Porque esta discusión la tengo muchas veces con mi madre, que como sabéis me ayuda muchísimo ahora con los niños y con la familia, pero ella siempre dice, cuando yo necesito ayuda me voy a una residencia. Y yo me enfado mucho. Y le digo, pero mamá, ¿cómo haces? Pues tú estás ahora disfrutando de cuidar a tu nieta. ¿Cómo no vamos a...? Este es el punto importante. ¿Cómo no vas a dejar que yo sea feliz cuidándote a ti cuando lo necesitemos? Tenemos que hacer entender que una sociedad no va a ser feliz, no va a encontrar paz, no va a encontrar serenidad y sosiego si no cuida, y además haciéndolo con todo el gusto, ¿no? Porque además eso lo sabemos, las personas que han tenido la oportunidad de cuidar a sus mayores, cuando ha habido la hora ha llegado y se han podido despedir en paz, eso siempre ha sido una despedida tranquila y han podido reanudar su vida con tranquilidad. Cuando la sociedad no nos permite esto, ¿no? Muchas veces nuestra carga laboral, pero hay que dar soluciones, ¿no? Cuando no es así, esa sensación de inquietud y te acompaña toda la vida, ¿no? Y eso no lo deseo, ¿no? No se lo deseo a nadie. Entonces, muchas veces hay que ver también la perspectiva del que cuida y de cómo... nadie puede ser considerado un estorbo y que nos cuide, ¿no? Cuando necesitemos cuidados es también una oportunidad de hacer feliz a otro, ¿no? Y en el fondo ese egoísmo nos está negando la felicidad, ¿no? Toda esta cultura hedonista, ¿no? De cuídate, cuida, nos está negando, es un espejismo, ¿no? Porque nunca vamos a llegar, ni más viajes, ni más vestidos, ni más éxito nos va a dar la felicidad. En cambio, el cuidar a otro, ahí donde nos dicen que eso es lo difícil, ¿no? Ah, no, es claro, es una carga, donde parece que vas a encontrar la infelicidad y la falta de libertad, al final, que es en el cuidado de los demás, es donde la encuentras, ¿no? Bueno, yo acabo con esta reflexión porque ahora tenemos la oportunidad de hablar un ratito juntos y tomarnos un café para seguir con estas exposiciones tan maravillosas que son tan necesarias. Muchísimas gracias. Y cuando lo tenemos que recibir nosotros, nos ponemos chulitos, ¿no? Como... Bueno, pues reanudamos.
Margarita, presento yo, a ver, sí, no hay problema. Quiero decir,
Sí,
no tenéis alguna regla de...
Reanudamos la sesión. Este es como que no va, ¿verdad?
Sí, por favor, si pueden ir tomando asiento y reanudamos la sesión. Muchas gracias.
Reanudamos, sí, Ana.
Sí, muchas gracias, Margarita. Bueno, después de este pequeño descanso, de esta mañana tan intensa en la que hemos tenido a dos grupos de Estados Unidos y de Canadá y luego a dos profesores, a dos doctores médicos, ambos, el doctor Bielieni de Italia y el doctor Martínez Sellés de España, iniciamos esta sesión o reanudamos esta sesión con diferentes ponentes y voy a pasar a presentar ahora mismo al primero. A continuación nos expondrá. Estamos en su casa, pero creo que como estoy moderando yo el debate, le voy a presentar yo al eurodiputado Bert-Jan Ruijsen. Me permite que le presente en este día. Hemos colaborado en diferentes acciones de One of Us y actividades. Estábamos recordando la última vez en plena pandemia en un seminario también sobre eutanasia que hicimos online con Margarita de la Pisa. Es un político, Bert-Jan Ruijsen, que desde su formación en el área de la agricultura, la naturaleza y la alimentación muestra siempre su buen conocimiento también del ser humano y del respeto a su dignidad. Hoy Bert-Jan Ruijsen nos hablará de la dignidad de cada uno de nosotros, hechos a imagen de Dios. Tiene la palabra. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the invitation. And really great that we have the opportunity here in the Parliament, European Parliament, to discuss, to share views about euthanasia. In my contribution called Made in the Image of God, I will try to link today's discussion on euthanasia with the concept of human dignity. Because I think we all are aware that the proponents of euthanasia often argue that it is a matter of human dignity. People should not suffer unnecessarily. And moreover, they claim people have a right to decide when life is finished. And they believe it's up to individual persons to decide when they want to end it. The medical dictionary defines euthanasia as 1, an easy or painless death, and 2, the deliberate ending of life of a person suffering from an incurable disease. Both these definitions might suggest that euthanasia is the easy way out of some serious issue. And yet, I'm not here to accuse its proponents of taking things lightly. We should never underestimate the amount of suffering people have gone through before they decide to put an end to their lives. But still, for us as Christians, that's not the end of the argument. And I believe that's because we have a total different concept of human dignity. To begin with, the proponents of euthanasia are not often talking about the meaning and the purpose of life. And you will never hear them talk about the source of life. And that's not because they don't have their own ideas about that and about them. The point is, they don't believe in ideas that hold for every one of us. According to them, it's up to individuals themselves to decide what the purpose is of their life. So, if a person, in their ideas, if a person wants to end his or her life, we should respect their decision. That's the idea. And according to this concept, it's not up to us to decide whether that person has to continue suffering or not. In this concept, in this idea, it's up to the individual and nobody else. And the environment, the individual's social network, the care workers, nobody, according to this concept, nobody is allowed to prevent persons to choose his or her moment of death. Moreover, not only is it choice, but also the assistance needed for euthanasia should be offered, according to them. And the argument for euthanasia comes from a worldview in which the autonomous individual is the alpha and the omega. That does not mean Christians like people to suffer. Christians don't prevent patients from making their own decisions in everyday life. But at the same time, we as Christians, we firmly believe it's not up to individuals to decide on matters of life and death by themselves. And the reason for that is that we Christians believe life is not our property. Life is a gift. And moreover, it's not a gift we are allowed to decide what to do with ourselves, either to take or to leave it. It's a gift we should always welcome and be grateful for. And that's a reason why we are pro-life when it comes to the earliest stages. But that's also why we are pro-life when it comes to elderly people. Life is a gift from God, with both the thoughts of life and its ultimate purpose. According to the Bible, God created us in his image. Of all creatures, we are the ones God chose to be like him. And from being created in his likeness, we derive our human dignity. Unlike any of his other creatures, we are the ones he chose to reveal himself to. And through that revelation, he called us to be his children, love him, and live in harmony with both our fellow human beings and our natural environment. Even sin has not taken away the fact that each of us is created in his image. Even under sin, we are called to live according to the laws of the covenant he has given to us. And even under sin, we are called to love our fellow human beings and care for them. And that is the point where things go wrong today in the first place. Because being pro-life means loving the life God has given to us. Not only our own lives, but also the lives God has given to us to look after and to take responsibility for. Just like loving our unborn babies keeps us from aborting them, loving our elderly will keep them from feeling lonely and abandoned and a burden to their children, families and friends. In the Netherlands, close to 60% of elderly people feel lonely. They live alone and not visit often enough by the ones they feel close to. More than 40% of elderly people perceive itself as being a burden to their environment, while hardly being told how much they are loved and appreciated. Recent research indicates that a staggering 130,000 people in the Netherlands currently have death wishes, and the number is rising. No wonder over the last 15 years, the number of people having their death wish followed up by euthanasia is tripled from 2,000 to over 6,000. Speaking for the Netherlands, it's one thing to turn the clock back and make euthanasia turned illegal. It's quite another to make sure our fellow humans feel loved so much that they don't feel a burden to the ones close to them. To me, that's one of the biggest challenges in a culture that considers euthanasia legal. We can tell them we want euthanasia to be illegal, but if that is not followed up by any love for our fellow human beings, death wishes won't disappear. So yes, it's clear the practice of euthanasia is at odds with the Christian concept of human dignity. I firmly believe in human beings deriving their dignity from being God's creatures is necessary. Yet, Christian politicians should always emphasize that this faith can only thrive in a culture that upholds this dignity by loving and caring for this elderly people. As a member of the European Parliament, it's my calling to keep this sense of human dignity alive on the political level. And to that end, me and a few fellow MEPs, like my dear colleague Margarita Lapisa, we have started in the European Parliament an informal working group on human dignity and new vulnerabilities. And this informal working group tries to raise consciousness on the vulnerability of our elderly people in EU member states. And in addition, it tries to challenge every solution here in the Parliament that calls for either abortion or euthanasia to be legalized, if not considered a human right. And together with several NGOs, we try to make room for the latter to raise consciousness in society. In addition, we defend the rights for doctors and care workers not to participate in any practice of euthanasia. Rather than abortion and euthanasia being considered a human right, these practices should either stay or become illegal. Yet, that's one side of the coin. In addition, we should emphasize the need for love and proper care in order for people to fight their wish to die before their God-given time. And I ask you to pray with us for a change of hearts here in Europe, so that everywhere mainstream culture will turn pro-life again. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Bert. Yo quiero agradecer la valentía que tienes al hablar abiertamente de tu fe. Creo que muchos de nosotros durante demasiado tiempo hemos escondido muchas veces que profesamos una determinada religión o una determinada fe y que hay que reducirla al ámbito privado. Pero la religión es también una expresión social, es una expresión pública que debemos manifestar y que debe ser respetada. Entonces yo te agradezco enormemente esa alusión que has hecho. En el tema de la eutanasia, que ahora cuando te oí hablar a ti, he oído al doctor Sellés o a los anteriores ponentes, las palabras que siempre salen repetidamente son soledad, abandono, desconfianza, carga. De eso estamos hablando hoy aquí. Eso es la eutanasia y aquí estamos proponiendo una alternativa y denunciando que esa desconfianza en tu conciudadano, esa soledad en tu propia familia, esa desconfianza hacia el médico, hacia tus hijos a lo mejor o tus nietos, no es posible en una sociedad de progreso y de futuro. Eso lo estamos denunciando hoy aquí y creemos que hay una alternativa, que los propios científicos la proponen, que son los cuidados paliativos. Muchas gracias. A continuación pasamos a nuestro sexto ponente ya de la mañana. Es el doctor Kevin Yule. No sé si lo he pronunciado correctamente. Ha intentado instruirme antes, pero no sé si lo he conseguido. Él es profesor asociado de Historia de América. Tiene un amplio recorrido como docente e investigador en el ámbito del suicidio asistido y también en la pena capital y el control de armas. El doctor Kevin ha estudiado e investigado en profundidad los movimientos de defensa de los derechos civiles en Estados Unidos y el liberalismo americano tras la guerra. Hoy centrará su intervención en el suicidio asistido. Estimado Kevin, tienes la palabra. Gracias.
Is it on? Okay. Is that okay? Right. I was just going to say I'll make a nice bookend to the previous speaker because, and it shows the diversity of people who are opposed to euthanasia because just to introduce myself further, I, first of all, come from a left-wing Marxist background. And second of all, I am an atheist. And third, I am pro-abortion, I'm afraid, but anti-assisted suicide and euthanasia. And I will explain why I think there is a humanist liberal case against it. But I quite agree that Christians should not be defensive about their beliefs. I always wonder why Christians are so defensive. As an atheist, I always think you have a legitimate perspective. You should be not defensive about it. So we are seeing in Canada the fruition of, in an awful sense, with these awful stories that are coming out, of something that I predicted that would happen in my book of almost 10 years ago. Then I said that if you legalize assisted suicide and or euthanasia, you institutionalize death as medical treatment, as a prescription for suffering. It is then difficult to deny it to anyone who says they are suffering. Canada has, in the course of 5 years, leapfrogged even my worst imagination. I was born in Canada, so I have some claim, although I am now in the UK. But Canada has sort of leapfrogged all of the rest of the countries where it's legal. And in fact, it's become the shining beacon of legalized killing, accomplishing more lethal injections to ill and infirm people than the total estimated executions in the entire world put together. So my point is proved. Well, one of the difference between my case and I suppose some other cases against assisted suicide is that I keep alive the possibility that I'm wrong, that we are the bad guys. And I'm constantly going through that in the 25 or 30 years, well, close to 30 years, that I've been discussing this topic, that there are possibilities that I'm wrong. However, I've become more convinced that I'm not wrong, although I have taken one point that they make, which they've convinced me of, my opponents, and that is this: having the assurance of a quick and easy departure from life brings some people peace. I don't think that's illegitimate, and that is something that they've convinced me of. If people want to wear a cyanide pill around their necks, let them, I suppose is the short answer about that. So I would insist that we are the thoughtful side of this debate. They rely on emotional and imaginative stories, on compassion and pity that awful stories of people's terrible deaths provoke. Particularly in my case, we step back from that compassion and pity and we examine it critically. I think that's the most important thing. Compassion can be problematic, as I find in looking at, for instance, reasons why things come in history. Don't forget that during the trials of the Nazi euthanasists after the Second World War, that they defended themselves by saying we were being compassionate and pitying the people that we killed. So compassion is a good thing, but it must be looked at critically. So, moreover, I think we should concentrate not on the patient side of things, but on the moral well-being of a society that would kill them. It's not the patient's, but the doctor's role that should be reviewed and thought through in this equation, and that, I think, is the problem. So even though I thought it was inevitable that assisted suicide and euthanasia would expand if it was legalized, I've been shocked at the cases coming out. As I say, you can read Alex Schadenberg's blog for the gruesome details of that. And not surprisingly, our opponents in the UK, particularly Dignity and Dying, like to fly past the moral morass that is Canada, and now they go to New Zealand to try and point that out as a shining beacon. They're very selective in the way that they actually present this. So what is my case against assisted suicide and euthanasia? Rather counterintuitively, it's morality that is the heart of the liberal humanist case against assisted suicide and euthanasia. The point I have made for some time is that legalizing in any form of assisted suicide or euthanasia for anyone, including the most compelling cases that we hear so much about, you cross a moral Rubicon. That is why I insist that society will not slide gradually down a slippery slope, but it will step off a moral precipice when it legalizes this sort of killing. So just a little bit of a word about my own particular personal journey. My thinking on this issue began with the suicide of a friend when I was 19. He'd finished with his girlfriend. We saw him the weekend before he left. He disappeared. And when we found out a week later, he had taken out his money, gone to the United States, bought a revolver, and shot himself in a hotel room. Now, when you're 19, this is a very, very impactful thing to happen. Why did he do it? Was his ex-girlfriend to blame? Were we to blame? Could or even should we have done anything to stop him? Or was it simply his choice? After much discussion, fueled by whiskey and coffee, as you do, one of our mutual friends who worked with the suicide's father said that she thought he was responsible, the suicide was himself to blame, but that he had brought misery and heartbreak to family and friends. And you realize suddenly that suicide is not simply somebody's wish, it has a huge impact to a great web of people that surround. And this led me to see that suicide and his suicide and the vast majority of other suicides, I do think there are exceptions, from the perspective of those surrounding the suicide, is simply wrong. It's a bad thing. It is destructive, damaging, and deeply antisocial. In most cases, as I say, there are exceptions. And this led me to question Dr. Kevorkian's, whether Dr. Kevorkian's actions, whether they were right. For those of you who are not as old as I am, Dr. Kevorkian came in the early 90s, and it was fairly shocking because I noticed that Kevorkian, what I noted about Kevorkian was his willingness to cross the line, moving from facilitating death to killing, from the terminally ill people to people who suffered from non-terminal conditions, and finally to some who were simply depressed. All of this happened in one example, and I thought it was very instructive. So in the end, I oppose the euthanasia and assisted suicide because I oppose, in general, suicide. Not all suicides are wrong, not all acts of even assisting a suicide are wrong. There are always exceptions. But there is a general rule that is very worth having, that we assume that suicides, like the killing of any fellow human being, should be prevented. We must assume lives are worth living. We do not interrogate the man who is standing on the precipice and ask him to explain his case. We save him. Even if the person kills themselves the next day, preventing a suicide is saving a life. It is a virtuous act. So just a few words about their case. I think, as a historian, I'm very interested in the whys and where does this come from. I think it's a technical, reductionist, and misanthropic perspective that is being expressed by the pro-euthanasia side. It's technical in the sense it reduces human beings to their physicality. I may not believe in a soul in the same way that many people do in this room, but I do think that human beings are special, and I do think that they cannot be reduced simply to their bodies. And I find that the euthanasia movement is very interested in it. If we examine Peter Singer's thought, who's been mentioned today, he wishes to knock humanity off of its pedestal. I think that many of those who strive to push back the boundaries of euthanasia earnestly think that the value of humanity is rated too high. That is not the school of humanism that I come from. I think human beings are very special and should be accorded that. And indeed, Peter Singer's thought, which is almost bizarrely, I would argue, pseudo-religious. There's a pseudo-religious aspect of that people believe that humanity has been overrated and that that nature has been underrated. There's a sort of religiosity to it. But it flies in the face of humanistic tradition, which elevates humans to the level of sacrality, of being sacred. From Pico de Mirandola's oration on the dignity of man, to Kant, who saw human individuals as ends in and of themselves, the human tradition celebrates humanity. From my own perspective is that of Ludwig Feuerbach, who claimed that rather than God making man in his own image, man made God in his own image. But that still implies that there is a sort of sacred nature of the human being in that, and that we as humanists accord that sacred nature that's expressed differently by Christians, if you like. So one avenue of research I'm working on at the moment looks at the drive towards euthanasia, how it expresses Marx's theories of alienation, which I think is a kind of really rich field. Marx talked about the commodification of human beings, how they were reduced to objects in the production of goods. And we can see some sort of reflection of that in the sense that it is the most useless individuals to the production cycle who are targeted for euthanasia. And I've been a little bit shocked by how quickly that has come up, and I think that's the most interesting thing that's happening. So we are losing what is essential about humanity. These deaths in Canada are the practical result, in some ways, of this anti-human ideology or religiosity, whichever you want to call it, that is stalking the land. So what is our task? My task, I think, is to point out the inconsistencies in the case for legalized euthanasia, to explain historically why this has happened, and to point out the dangers of institutionalizing death as medical treatment. What are the inconsistencies? First of all, they cannot meaningfully draw the line. So that if you legalize euthanasia, you are always legalizing it for somebody and not for somebody else. That's inherently unequal for the start of it. If they are the very pro-euthanasia people that I have discussed with things with in the past, then they will draw the line. They will say, they will insist on absolute autonomy, in which case I asked them whether they approve of the German cannibals who wanted to have medical help to facilitate their cannibalism. Would you support that? I have not had one come back and tell me that they would actually support autonomy to that basis. So I've challenged one colleague in particular in Manchester in the ethics department to write an article about that, defending it, and he has so far declined to do so over the past 15 years after I first asked him to do so. So where do they draw the line? Either it is unequal and anti-autonomous in some ways, in that you give autonomy to some and not autonomy to others, or you allow it for everybody. It's either for all or for none, and that is the inconsistency that I think we should point out. Second, compassion is a double-edged sword, as I mentioned, potential for good, but how accurate is our understanding of the lives of others? We've seen some very good speeches earlier about how we cannot imagine what it is like to be disabled if we are not disabled, and we shouldn't try to. Otherwise, we have that sense, and I'm part of Not Dead Yet UK, which is a disabled organization. How many people, they always say, how many people have said, I would rather be dead than in your shoes. That's an act of imagination. You might feel compassion, but it's not the very best basis to action. Everybody I have met, of course, does value their life. Some people just imagine that their lives are empty and worthless without actually thinking or discussing. And there's not enough of either thinking or discussion about this. And as I said, the notorious murderer and head of T4 Action program in Nazi Germany defended himself by saying, I was motivated by absolutely humane feelings. I never had any other intention. I am convinced that these relatives have overcome this sorrow today. He was sorry about the relatives of the dead, and that they themselves feel that their dead relatives were freed from suffering. This is from somebody who was responsible for a program that killed 70,000 people. The dangers are that some human lives are devalued, that the whole concept of moral equality is in danger. It is important for human solidarity to keep this rule, to draw this line. This is why I oppose all euthanasia and or assisted suicide. Many people say that suicide for terminal illness should be permitted, but not for poverty, mental illness, etc. It's not up to us to interrogate the person who expresses suicidal wishes, who no longer wants to live. Instead, our human response should be to insist on the principle that every human life, no matter how disabled, elderly, or poor, no matter the circumstances they find themselves, is worth preserving and equally worthy of respect, dignity, and protection. It is this principle that I feel is threatened by legalized assisted suicide and euthanasia. I'm not an absolutist. I've seen there are cases where a speedy death is in the patient's best interest. There are undoubtedly cases like that. But do we need to change the general rule, change the law for these cases? Absolutely not. Thanks very much.
Muchas gracias, Kevin. Yo resaltaría de tu intervención efectivamente esa reducción del ser humano que vemos hoy a un mero cuerpo. No hay nada más allá, no hay alma, no hay sentimiento. En este caso, por supuesto, se puede desarrollar cualquier tipo de contrato. Tenemos una autonomía de la voluntad que parece ser absoluta sobre nuestro cuerpo sin ninguna otra limitación. Yo quería decir simplemente la reflexión que estaba haciendo cuando te oía es que hasta para firmar un contrato jurídico de un bien material, la autonomía de la voluntad tiene límites. Tú no puedes firmar un contrato contraviniendo normas del ordenamiento jurídico, aunque las dos partes estén de acuerdo. Entonces, bueno, creo que esta reflexión sobre esta autonomía en la que siempre nos fijamos, tanto en el tema de la eutanasia como del suicidio asistido, en el que tanto se insiste para su regulación y legalización, debe tener una reflexión muy pausada y bastante más profunda de la que creo que se está teniendo hasta ahora en las legislaciones. Muchas gracias. A continuación, nuestro siguiente ponente, colaborador también de One of Us, es Leopold van de Lingen, que creo que está aquí. Por favor, si nos acompañas. Gracias. Sí, al lado. Gracias. Gracias, Leopold. Leopold es jurista, trabaja en el Instituto Europeo de Bioética, aquí en Bruselas, dedica buena parte de su formación, investigación y estudio al pluralismo religioso y a la objeción de conciencia. Objeción de conciencia que está indisolublemente unida a la eutanasia o el suicidio asistido. Querido Leopold, tienes la palabra para compartir con nosotros tus reflexiones y tu experiencia sobre la eutanasia en Bélgica. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be with you today. So today I will give you an overview of the reality of euthanasia in Belgium since it has been legalized in 2002. Is the PowerPoint presentation ready? The PowerPoint presentation?
Should be with the technician. You sent this morning, right?
Yeah.
To Ivan. Then should be there. I think they're
That's your...
No.
No? Sí. Leopold, do you mind if in the meanwhile we go to the following speaker if they are looking? Okay. Because I don't know honestly. Sí, mientras solucionan o encuentran la presentación de Leopold, disculpa Leopold, damos la palabra al siguiente ponente de manera que no dejamos este espacio de tiempo y luego retomará Leopold. Quédate con nosotros aquí en la mesa y mientras tanto lo vemos. Y presento a Henk, si quieres sentarte a aquel lado. Bueno, nuestro siguiente ponente y colaborador, mientras recuperamos la ponencia de Leopold, es Henk Reitsema, que ha estado en numerosas ocasiones con One of Us, miembro de la ejecutiva de End of Life Care Europe. Es un activista anti-eutanasia con gran experiencia en este ámbito. Henk, de formación en el ámbito de la filosofía, la antropología y el comportamiento humano, conoce en profundidad la situación de la eutanasia en los Países Bajos. Lo conoce bien y nos presenta en este seminario una ponencia sobre qué podremos aprender de la eutanasia en Holanda? ¿Cuál es la experiencia que nos puede transmitir de su país? Muchas gracias, Henk. Tienes la palabra.
Yeah, I'd like to. There we go. Thank you. It's an honor to be in your midst. Thank you, Margarita, for the invitation, and also one of us. The Netherlands, well known for its, let's say, rapid entry into the field of legalizing euthanasia. And for this reason, I've called it a case study of a slippery slope, because we've had the time to see what kind of progression there is as one goes forward. Yes, good. When a society makes the shift, and this is something that didn't just happen in the Netherlands, but in the whole Western world, we, let's say, increasingly became materialist, you might say physicalist in our convictions, and the immaterial has faded as we have more fully become invested in the materialist understanding of the world. It has meant that we've gotten a hedonistic ethic where the presence or absence of pain is that which defines whether something is worthwhile or not. While I would argue that some very meaningful moments in history were very painful. Physical pain avoidance has become dominant over things like purpose, meaning, a sense of justice, value, and ultimately what it is to be human, what it is that makes us glorious as human beings. Many of us have looked with broken hearts at the current war in Ukraine. I can't refer to it without having the tears present themselves for the abject suffering of so many people in the now, today. But if we look at the ability that the Ukrainian nation has demonstrated to bear up under immense suffering over the last many months, you cannot avoid the sense that things like a sense of pride, a frustration at injustice, something that touches our sense of injustice, hope that these immaterials mean everything in terms of their practical, physical ability to bear up and to do what was necessary. Thoroughly immaterial and yet very impactful on the real world. And so our deferring to the material away from the immaterial seems to be a mistake as we look at the world and as we look at what it is that gives our lives their value, their dignitas. In the Netherlands, there was from the start a close relationship between the changing use of palliative medications and life-shortening treatments. In the mid-1990s, my own grandfather was, I'll just let you see a picture of him. He's the guy in the wheelchair there. He has the same name as I carry. He was killed by the house physician through the use of morphine overdose and withholding of fluids when he had not asked to die. He did not want to die. He'd just been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's cancer. The report had come back from the hospital with a biopsy. He was still completely lucid, etc., wheelchair bound, yes. But the house physician said if he asks for some pain treatment for his thrombotic leg again, we'll take that as a cue to spare him the effort for the rest. And so, yeah, my father, who had lived in South Africa for many years, was robbed of the opportunity to see his dad and spend time with him, which he had planned to do. You can go on. The impact on our family was massive. It led to a lot of distrust because nobody could believe that a physician would just make this decision without good and proper interaction, you know, Dutch-style dialogue with everybody, but he did. He thought he had become so accustomed to thinking that, yeah, terminating somebody's life was one of the options in his toolkit, that it was his go-to to fix this problem. Anyway, that was the moment when I myself became very invested in thinking about what was going on in the Netherlands, and ever since I've been actively opposing our policies of legalized killing. The first court cases appeared in 1973, the Postma case, and throughout the 70s it became more and more common to abuse palliative means to hasten death. The first protocolizing happened in 1984-85, the Remmelink report, and making a deal with the Legal Justice Department. It's a kind of warning to the rest of society. It doesn't necessarily start with outright legalization. There's a lot of back and forth as society slowly warmed up to it, and the courts especially. And then in 2001, we did the formal legalization. Now, just as a warning before I go on, the intimate relationship between palliation and euthanasia is one which has not been, fully solved or resolved. Yes, good palliation is a wonderful thing, but the abuse of palliation is one of the options. And so we need to think long and hard about keeping our palliation pure, treating the symptom, not protocolizing an approach like, in my view, protocolizing continuous deep sedation rather than using a sedative like midazolam. We can titrate it to lower people's lucidity down to the level that their refractory symptoms are diminished. We should be treating on symptom, not treating to put somebody into a continuous deep state, because that's what our protocol demands. We need to keep our practice pure and have palliation really be focused on symptom reduction. The total number of registered euthanasia cases in the Netherlands initially dropped a little bit after we legalized. The prime reason for that is that in all probability that the scrutiny, the regulatory scrutiny, was a reason for people to be a little bit more careful, for physicians to hold back a bit. And it resulted in a number of people thinking, well, you see, legalizing is okay. But if you look at the line that I've put up there on the graph, subsequently, we got a growth from about 2005, the beginning of 2005, which just, is a kind of linear upward trend, going from roughly 2,000 euthanasias back then to now what is over 7,000. This was up till 2017. It was the most recent graph I could find. Here are the more recent lines from 2016, 17 on to 21. And you see that we had another little bump in 2017, where for the first time the legal system in the Netherlands started to apply some measure of, let's say, punitive scrutiny on a few cases that had let's say, finally been perceived to be in violation. You know, it had been a very worrisome thing that for decades already we'd been letting people be killed in the Netherlands, and having not a single case end up in our courts, everything being given, you know, a kind of bill of good health and an okay, while it was a matter of life and death. And yeah, anyway, after this little blip in 2018, the numbers started to increase, and we're now approaching the 8,000 number per year of, on a total dying population of maybe 140,000 deaths per year, something like that. What I am showing you here is a graph that depicts the suicides, and euthanasia is not considered suicide in the Netherlands. It's not part of the statistics. So the suicides in the Netherlands around 2005, you'll see the bottom of the V of the graph is right at 2005. It's telling, I think, that there is a congruence between the suicide figures and the euthanasia statistics. And so that's, let's say, the downtrend towards 2005, before we started on our way up in a linear sense, is sort of mirrored by the suicide figures. And there is some indication that there's a modicum of suicide contagion because of all the talk about self-killing in the Netherlands. But anyway, it's noteworthy that there is this resonance between the, let's say, the statistical data sets. Slippery slope or not. In this drop from 3,500 to 2,300 after the legalization, many said no slippery slope. Dr. Timothy Quill at the Center for Ethics, Humanities and Palliative Care at the University of Rochester, he in 2006 said, one lesson is there's not a big slippery slope in this area, that the practice will be used relatively infrequently, and that it's generally a good thing to have an open conversation. He spoke too quickly. You can only conclude that he spoke too quickly, because ever since the graph has been against him loudly, megaphone loudly, there were two expectations when we legalized in the Netherlands. Two arguments that were used a lot in the public debate. Number one, by legalizing, we'll increase transparency. People will, or physicians especially, will be willing to declare that they are doing this, and so we will have less euthanasia in the dark, so to speak. We'll be able to regulate it better. We'll have less backdoor euthanasia. Euthanasia that sort of is pretending to be something else. And I think they meant especially less euthanasia in name of palliation. And secondly, that we would stop incremental extension by pinning down the definitions in the law. 5 due procedure criteria so that you can't keep smuggling new things in. On both points, profoundly mistaken. Initially, in our due procedure criteria, unbearable pain without prospect of healing or ending was very much understood to be physical pain. In 2008, we started to allow for a psychiatric interpretation, psychological pain, answering this criteria. And the numbers were small initially, and then they started to rise and are ongoing. You'll see the little number, 115 on the right-hand side of my screen, 2021 data of the RTEs. So this line continues up beyond the top of the graph that is shown up to 2019. And interestingly enough, this impact, legalizing something, not only changes what physicians do, it changes what society thinks and wants. So there are more requests for euthanasia across the board, but also since we've legalized or at least reinterpreted our law to include it being legal to euthanize psychiatric patients, there has been a slow increase in the number of psychiatric patients. You'll see 2009, there were just more than 3 psychiatric patients per 1,000 who were asking for a euthanasia. That number has now slightly more than doubled to almost 7 in 2018 and on. I don't have the most recent figure of how many psychiatric patients are asking for a euthanasia. Dementia, people who by definition cannot be considered to legally express their desire in the now. Initially we said no, and then slowly we said yes, and more we say yes. And it's the same graph as the psychiatric graph. More and more people with dementia are being euthanized. In 2017, 220 physicians, including a number of scan physicians, that means the testing physicians, signed a petition protesting that patients with dementia are being euthanized too easily. Remarkable in the Netherlands that even those that are on the inside of the euthanasia machinery have felt a burden on this score. It's a clear sign, in my view, that the difficulty that it is to help care for people with dementia and to stand alongside them, to see them as their grasp on reality deteriorates. The difficult time we have sustaining that compassion is maybe blowing, as a kind of wind in this direction once we've opened the door. Informed consent and psychiatric patients. In 2016, a patient with depression that refused treatment with antidepressants was awarded a euthanasia. Increasingly, psychiatric patients that do not meet the criterion of no prospect of help or improvement are being euthanized. This was Dr. Koerselmans, he himself involved as a psychiatrist, a public voice in the Netherlands, and I think correctly pinpointing the fact that that there is a kind of a cascade taking place. The next issue that came up was the longing to extend our law from 12 years of age down to include all children. And a number of us that are here today have been involved in an initiative that was titled Bescherm het kinderleven, Protect Children's Lives, trying to lobby against the plan to expand our law, and what we are now getting is a protocolization of this in the present, which is unfolding. So rather than making a completely new law for it, because that's so hard to do, it's just going to happen. And one of the reasons why I am so vehemently opposed to this expansion of the euthanasia law to apply to children is that the one protective mechanism which was notionally still relatively strong in the Netherlands, namely autonomous informed consent. I, with all my faculties there, choose for it. It's what I want. It's not somebody else doing it. That's the only protection we had left. And children, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you choose your age, cannot be expected to have the medical acumen to be sufficiently informed about their prognosis. They, by definition, are at the mercy of adults deciding about their lives. That's the honest truth. Whether it be a parent or a physician, this is a saw cutting off the chair legs, to use a good Dutch expression, of our last line of defense in our euthanasia logic. And so we can guess where it's going to go into the future, more and more challenging autonomy and the precious right to decide for yourself. It proves that we don't really believe that so much ourselves. we've had this shift once we legalized from formalized euthanasias to informal euthanasias. Van der Heijden, who's done a lot of research, she's been part of the team with Onwutheko Philipson, who's done the 5-yearly reviews in the Netherlands. She, in an article, showed that euthanasia was to some extent replaced by palliative sedation. So situations that had been being euthanized were now being, let's say, called palliative sedation, but with a similar outcome and a similar shortening of life. It had become a semantic difference. If you look at the use of palliative sedation in the context of people passing away, between 2010 and 2017, the use of midazolam and continuous deep sedation was increased from about 12%, 11% to almost 24%, 23.5%, something like that. So it's a doubling in 7 years' time, and it's an ongoing increase in the present. So the more aggressive use of sedation and the withholding of fluid is a concern. Of course, there are many cases in this set of data which are completely legitimate, but there's also because of the societal attitude towards life-shortening treatments, there's a real risk for an active impact on hastening death. Interestingly enough, the then director of the NVVE, Petra de Jong, she's not that anymore, she said that the percentage of people dying from, I need my next slide. For some reason, this one is not, there we go. The percentage of people dying from palliative sedation is rising disproportionately. She was writing this back in 2014. From palliative sedation. And she quotes the government reports, 2005, 8.2%, and in 2010 it was already 12.5%, and then you get this increase that I just showed you in the other graphs. I call this disproportionate because it obviously is not likely that in 5 years the number of people qualifying for this treatment would rise so sharply, while palliative care in general has qualitatively improved so much in the meantime. It has all the signs of the fact that physicians are using palliative sedation as a backdoor for euthanasia. And her concern was that things should be regulated. That's why, as a member of the NVVE, the Society for Free Will Euthanasia in the Netherlands, that things should be legalized and regulated. And the unintended side effect that you were getting more and not less backdoor euthanasias was worrying to her. I think it's at least a point of intellectual integrity on her part that she voiced this. It is, I think, a real risk, and it's a warning to other people. We need to stay pure in how we do our palliation. So we correctly say good palliation can be a good reason, a prime reason to not have to think about a euthanasia policy, but be careful. Your palliative means need to be focused, laser focused on treating symptoms. Symptom reduction, that is the goal. Don't let yourself be protocolized into something that becomes a backdoor euthanasia. My next slide. Half the scan physicians admit that they have shifted to labeling more conditions as meeting the due procedure criteria. This was a research in 2015. My next slide. I'm now shifting towards the most recent developments. The last RTE, Regional Testing Commission, report 2021. In the weeds of the report, one of the details that really jumped out to me was that in 32 cases last year, euthanasia was performed simultaneously on both members of a couple. Cases 2021, number 22, and cases 2021, 23 on the website are an example of this. Of course, the due care criteria set out in the Act must be satisfied in each case separately. Each partner must be visited by a different independent physician in order to safeguard the independence of the assessment. But I'm looking at the data set. 32 people being killed simultaneously. What's the statistical probability of somebody entering into the space of the rigorous criteria that we're supposed to have at the same moment? This number really confounds me. I would like to hear statisticians on this one, but it really presses the limits of incredulity. What we are seeing here is that all sorts of emotive arguments are entering the playing field of our euthanasia practice. We are not being pure in the way that we are applying our law. If you look at this last slide of mine, the kerncijfers, the sort of summary in a graph of the RTE, the Regional Testing Commission for Euthanasia in the Netherlands from last year, you see that the total number of euthanasias was 7,666. Again, an increase of 10.5% every year, year on year. That's a massive increase, people. A year-on-year increase after such a long line of growth of the statistic. It's a significant, percentage of the total dying population at the moment is dying from euthanasia. You see that the physicians, huisartsen, 80.2% of the euthanasias that are taking place are happening at GP offices. This is a signal that it's society broad. It's happening in the small fibers of society. It's become commonplace. If you look at the list of diseases, the somatic diseases, physiological problems, and then psychiatry, dementia, etc., it's interesting that they are parting out psychiatry and dementia in these stats, maybe themselves aware that you are busy here with totally dissimilar categories, doing something which you maybe shouldn't. And then those that are considered able to express their will and not, you have a figure of a number of people not capable of expressing their will have been euthanized anyway. And male and female, all throughout the years, you'll see that more females are euthanized than males, while in the total picture of things, there are more active male doctors killing people through euthanasia than females, and one wonders about that statistic. There are all sorts of reasons one could have, but it is a statistic which makes one ask. So, this brings me to the close. The shifting perception of what it is to be compassionate, in a sense, lies underneath all of this. This is something that starts in society at large. We no longer endure with compatios, to together with feel somebody's pain, to enter into somebody's pain, but we try to provide a freeing from the pain, with an emphasis on what is being called dignity, but is actually autonomy. We've confused autonomy and dignity. And notably, the arena of meaning in a human life is a relational category. You have an intender and an interpreter, and the thing in between is meaning. Meaning needs relationships. A category that is undervalued, not at all mentioned, by the way. The family has no place in our euthanasia protocol. It's all about the individual. A category that is undervalued and misunderstood in our hyper-individualistic age. So we have the gale force wind of culture against us, but I would remind you, care is the human birthright. Animals can care for themselves within sometimes hours of being born. Human babies are helpless for a very long time in some senses, for a decade and a half. They are needing much parental input to survive. I have 3 daughters. I love them very much. It is our birthright to affirm caring for the vulnerable. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Henk. La verdad que los números que has dado, da igual repetirlos, es una verdadera tragedia. Es una verdadera tragedia ver cómo tanta gente se encuentra abandonada y cómo nos convertimos o pretendemos convertir a los médicos, en este caso, en dueños de la vida y la muerte de las personas. Desde luego, en ese cuidado integral del que tú hablas, es en el que estamos todos, desde la asistencia a la familia, desde la asistencia también espiritual de cada persona, que es tan necesario en etapas tan complicadas. Creo que en ese sentido es en el que debemos ahondar y trabajar todos. Leopold, te he pedido cortésmente, discúlpanos, que había un problema ahí con tu presentación. Agradezco, repito, que es de formación jurista y Leopold trabaja en el Instituto de Bioética. Sorry, I will say in English now. Yes, Leopold, thank you for waiting for this moment for your presentation. Fortunately, we have it here. So now Leopold, he has a jurist background and he's working for the European Institute of Bioethics here in Brussels. Thanks for being here with us. And Leopold is going to analyze the situation of the euthanasia in Belgium. Thank you, Leopold.
Thank you very much. So I'll give you an overview of the reality of the euthanasia practice in Belgium for now 20 years. Before talking about the euthanasia law as such, I'd like to tell you about a story that some of you might have heard of concerning a young Belgian woman named Shanti. Shanti, the court, was one of the victims of the terrorist attacks in Brussels, at Brussels airport in 2016. And Shanti already suffered from depression before that, but obviously things did not really improve after the 2016 bombing. And eventually she asked for euthanasia on the grounds of psychological suffering. And 2 doctors agreed to put an end to her life. And so last May, Shanti died by euthanasia at the age of 23. So starting from this specific case, the goal of my talk today is to try to answer this question. Is there a slippery slope regarding euthanasia in Belgium? Does this slippery slope actually exist? And if so, what would it mean in practice? I think that for every person living in Belgium, but also for every European citizen living in a country that is considering modifying its legislation on end-of-life care, there are lessons to be learned from the Belgian euthanasia experience. A few words about the presentation outline. Next slide, please. So first, we'll come back to the initial objectives and promises of the euthanasia laws. Second, we'll analyze the requirements provided in the Belgian law. And in a third point, we will point out some significant evolutions of the euthanasia practice in Belgium. And this will allow us then to consider whether or not the slippery slope argument is well-funded in Belgium. So first point, back to the origins. So what are the motivations? What are the arguments in 2002 in Belgium with respect to this euthanasia law? Just a quick reminder in terms of definition. When the Belgian legislation talks about euthanasia, it talks about the act of voluntary killing or ending the life of a person who asks for it. I think it's important to recall this definition. So the Belgian law was adopted in 2002 at the same time as the law on palliative care was adopted. And this combination of laws occurred actually despite the fact that that we know, as the World Health Organization reminds us as well, that palliative care and euthanasia are incompatible. So what were the initial objectives of this euthanasia law in Belgium? What were the arguments? If we look back at the debates, we see two main arguments. First, the law was supposed to offer a solution to very few cases, very specific, where the patient endures unbearable suffering, and where medicine has supposedly nothing to offer but euthanasia. The second argument is that, a bit like we just heard about the Netherlands, the law was supposed to put an end to clandestine euthanasia that occurred at the time. And we'll see how these two objectives actually were fulfilled or not. The question then is, of course, how do we get there? What's the method to reach such objectives? According to the initiators of the Belgian law, these objectives will be reached thanks to a strict legal framework. So 2 points on this. First, euthanasia is not legalized as such, but it is decriminalized. So the prohibition of voluntary killing remains the basic rule, as Alex mentioned also earlier this morning. So euthanasia is decriminalized in exceptional cases with strict requirements, and the law gives the guarantee to the physician who performs this act that he won't be prosecuted, basically. Second point regarding the method, the respect of these requirements is subject to stringent control by the Federal Control Committee. So these were the points regarding the method. Regarding the requirements that we can find in the Belgian law, the Belgian law provides that the euthanasia must relate to a medical situation without prospect of improvement that leads to physical or psychological suffering that is continuous and bearable and which cannot be alleviated and which is a consequence of a serious and incurable condition. Incurable condition, either accident or disease. The Belgian law, of course, also states that the request is voluntary, well considered and repeated, not the result of any external pressure. There are also, of course, procedural requirements we can talk about later. What we can already talk regarding these legal requirements is 2 points. First, as you realize when reading these requirements, is that end of life is not a requirement. So it's not necessary for the person to be at the end of a life to be eligible for euthanasia. And that explains why euthanasia on the grounds of depression is potentially accepted. Second point, many of these legal requirements are not objective, but they're subjective per se. So it means that, for example, with respect to the patient's request for euthanasia, the physician will have inevitably to consider that his subjective will cannot be questioned at some point. Same with respect to the patient's suffering. The Federal Control Committee, in its first report, so in 2004, mentions that the unbearable, I quote, the unbearable nature of the suffering is largely subjective and depends on the patient's personality, ideas, and values. So that means that basically you cannot really question what the patient says about his own suffering. It's also important to keep in mind that the Belgian law provides for the right of every patient to refuse any treatment that could alleviate the pain. So if you take this in consideration with euthanasia, it means that in practice, the patient can choose to suffer by refusing such a treatment, and then at the same time, the patient can ask for euthanasia because he's suffering. So these were points about the requirements. Now, next slide. What can we tell you about the control? What about the control that is theoretically strict? What we see, and it's quite unique if we look at euthanasia worldwide, is that the control by the control committee is an a posteriori control. Of course, it might be considered as problematic as we talk here about the death of someone. Second point regarding this control, it is carried out by the Federal Evaluation and Control Committee. It's exclusively based on the written report provided by the physician who performed the euthanasia. So the committee does not have any power, investigation powers to control the reality of the information that is provided by the physician. The commission itself recognizes that it always takes the information the physician provides for granted, and this explains why out of more than now 10,000 reported euthanasia in Belgium, after 20 years, the Control Commission decided to refer only one case to the prosecutor. Third point regarding the control, the report document is anonymized at the first stage and can only be de-anonymized if the information provided is not clear enough. What you have to know is that we have many physicians who sit in the control committee who themselves practice euthanasia. So it means that these physicians control the lawfulness of their very own euthanasia as members of this committee. And this last point regarding the conflict of interest explains why, it was the main reason why the European Court of Human Rights a few weeks ago in the Mortier versus Belgium case concluded that the Belgian euthanasia control procedure violates the right to life under Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights. And this now leads me to my second point regarding what can we learn from this 20 years of practice of euthanasia in Belgium. If we look at the numbers, if we look at the number of reported cases each year in Belgium, we can see that the figures have increased tenfold in 15 years. So from 235 euthanasia in 2003, there were 2,699 euthanasia reported to the Federal Committee in 2021, sorry. So the euthanasia law did not just give a framework for practice, but in fact it led to a trivialization of euthanasia. It's also important to stress that these figures only relate to the officially reported euthanasia, so reported to the committee. And scientific studies show that in Belgium there are still many euthanasia that are not reported by the physician. So just like in the Netherlands. Of course, this number of clandestine euthanasia is quite difficult to assess in a precise way. Generally, we talk about 25 to 50% of euthanasia which are not reported. The president of the Belgian Control Committee itself recognizes this reality. So we can say that with respect to the initial promise of putting an end to this clandestine euthanasia, we have a problem. And the committee, as I mentioned, knows that's reality, but for 20 years, we do not have a single judgment in Belgium condemning a doctor for illegal euthanasia in Belgium. We only have this European Court of Human Rights case, but no domestic case in Belgium. Next slide, please. So regarding the types of euthanasia, we have two scenarios according to the Belgian law. So in Belgium, in 99% of the cases, euthanasia is performed on conscious patients, and in only 1% euthanasia is performed on unconscious patients, so through an advance directive that is fulfilled by the patient. A difference with the Netherlands is that so far euthanasia is not legal for patients with advanced dementia. So an advance directive on euthanasia is not valid for patients with severe dementia. And what we observe in Belgium with respect to dementia is that people with early stage dementia actually ask for euthanasia to be quickly euthanized before their dementia progresses to a later stage, so that they would no longer be allowed to be euthanized because their capacity to consent would not be valid anymore. If we go back to the figures, we see that 63% of euthanasia are related to cancer. So it's the first medical reason mentioned. But for a large number of these cases, the patient is not terminally ill. So what we see that in more and more cases, the patient requests for euthanasia not because he experiences pain at the time of the request, but because he fears to suffer in the future. That's also what Henk mentioned regarding the Netherlands. And the control committee admits that this is a valid interpretation, so fear to suffer. 84% of conscious euthanasia are concerned terminally ill patients, 16% non-terminally ill patients. And among these non-terminally ill patients, we have this category of polypathologies, which now represent 18% of all euthanasia. And when we talk about polypathologies, we mean a combination of diseases that are not serious and incurable as such, but the combination of these pathologies will be considered as the cause of unbearable suffering for the patient. So it can be, for example, reduced mobility, impaired vision, or incontinence. So most of these cases relate to a loss of autonomy, a feeling of social exclusion. Later, I'll also talk about the situation of patients with mental illness, so depression, that is also part of this non-terminally ill euthanasia. So we now move on to the third point. So do we have, next slide please, do we have this slippery slope turning into reality? To start with this issue, we can go back to the Mortier case, so the case judged by the European Court of Human Rights last month in Strasbourg. It relates to the mother of the applicant, so Mr. Tom Mortier. His mother died by euthanasia in 2012 on the grounds of depression. She was suffering from depression for a long time, but her condition varied from year to year. And eventually she died by euthanasia in 2012. His son was not against euthanasia as a matter of principle, but he just could not imagine that his mother would qualify under Belgian law to obtain euthanasia on the grounds of mental illness. And besides the fact that euthanasia was accepted on the grounds of depression, there were also many problems with respect to the procedure that was followed in this case. First, the physician who performed the euthanasia was at the same time vice president of the control committee. So he himself assessed the lawfulness of his own euthanasia. And of course, this led the European Court of Human Rights to consider that there was a violation of the right to life of Mrs. de Troyes, Mr. Mortier's mother. The second point with respect to procedural requirements is that the two physicians who are supposed to be consulted in this case were not independent as required by law. In fact, each of these physicians were members of LEEF, which is an organization that continuously advocates for an extension of the Belgian euthanasia law. And the president of this LEEF organization was none other than the physician who performed the euthanasia. But more fundamentally, of course, the problem is this question of the incurable nature of the mental illness, which is a condition under Belgian law. And from the scientific perspective, we know that there is no consensus on whether a doctor can conclude with certainty that the patient's depression is incurable. But in any case, both the performing physician and the control committee considered that if everything had been done to treat the depression, then euthanasia was admissible. And it's quite astonishing, in fact, because if we look at the reality of depression, we know that it is precisely characterized by the impossibility for the patient to conceive that he or she will get better one day or another. So to summarize, with respect to this slippery slope question, we see that the problem is twofold. First, the way the law is drafted is problematic as such, as the legal requirements are purely subjective or inadequate, or at least are interpreted in this way by the Federal Control Committee. And second issue is that the problem with the control is that the Control Committee's control is clearly not effective, as we just saw with the Mortier case. Next slide, please. So we have this, despite of all these issues, we have a gradual extension of the law for the last 10 years, I would say. In 2014, Belgium decriminalized euthanasia for minors without any age limit, provided that that the child is capable of giving consent to euthanasia, which is, of course, also a big issue. The next legislative proposal that is going to be discussed in Belgium concerns euthanasia for people with severe dementia, which is not allowed at the present time. We also have discussions regarding euthanasia for people who are simply tired of living, so fatigue of living. And if we move towards this direction, we see that we move from a euthanasia as a sort of exception to a right to euthanasia, or a right to be suicide, I would say. But the question now, of course, is whether we're not just going to move from a euthanasia as an exception to a right to euthanasia, but also from a right to euthanasia to a duty to die. So not a legal duty, of course, but a duty that is related to social pressure. We can consider, for example, the example of people with dementia. If euthanasia is legal for this category of people, because we as a society consider that it's a bonus for their autonomy to have access to euthanasia, then we can ask ourselves the question: wouldn't it be normal to expect from them, or at least to some of them, that they will ask indeed for euthanasia? And my last point will concern the social impact of euthanasia, as some of the speakers already mentioned this morning. Next slides, please. The testimonies we receive from physicians, from nurses at the European Institute of Bioethics, these testimonies point to the psychological impact of euthanasia, not only on the medical staff, but also on relatives, on society at large. A psychological impact, but also pressure for physicians, for healthcare practitioners, the pressure they can feel when they oppose euthanasia in one way or another. Of course, we theoretically have this freedom of conscience clause in Belgian law, but in practice we see this form of social pressure. So also an impact on relatives and society at large. And this can now be illustrated in Belgian law through the last modification that occurred in 2020. So the 2020 Belgian law provided for two major changes. First, the physician who objects to euthanasia, including for a medical reason, this physician is now forced to refer his patients to, I quote, a center or an association that is specialized in the right to euthanasia. So in practice, this means that the physician who opposes euthanasia might have to give the contact details of a center that is campaigning for the extension of euthanasia. The second amendment included in the 2020 bill prevents healthcare institutions such as hospitals, but also nursing homes. It prevents them from excluding euthanasia from their practice. So it means that a nursing home, for example, whose values are opposed to euthanasia, will not be allowed to prevent a doctor from coming in the nursing home to euthanize a resident. And this amendment, of course, can have a terrible impact on the community surrounding the nursing home at large. So the resident, of course, but also their families, the medical staff, the volunteers, etc. And it means also in practice that today a healthcare worker who wants to work in a Belgian healthcare institution without being confronted with euthanasia, basically it became impossible as from 2020. So how can we conclude on this issue of the slippery slope of euthanasia in Belgium? I think that if there's one point to insist on, it is the subjectivity of criteria provided in the euthanasia law in Belgium. As we saw, as soon as the patient's subjective view of his or of her own suffering is considered to be the sole basis for the right to euthanasia, then the way is paved actually for a right to death administered by a doctor for basically whatever reason. I'd like to end on a positive note. I think we should emphasize more and more all the wonderful situations that occur in many cases that are not necessarily that do not necessarily make the headlines. Many situations where the suffering person, the elderly person, is taken care of until the very end of his life by the family, by the medical staff, etc. And I think we do not talk enough about the importance of this intergenerational solidarity, not only for every citizen, but also for society at large. So many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, you all. It is a privilege to have the opportunity to hear you all and to share these deeply reflections about this topic of euthanasia. No? As we have said before, it's a pity that the ones that legislate silence these voices because it's a need to hear. So I hope that this first step, talking about this in a way, will be a way to inspire us, because we are involved in this legislation making, So thank you very much. We will have the opportunity after lunch. I have to say so sorry because we book a table, but there are issues in the Parliament with the staff of the restaurants, and they have this kind of reivindication of the work, and and so they are not going to give us the service to be sitting down in a table. So we plan yesterday something instead that is not that nice to be sit down in the same table chatting. So we have to stay here. We have like Spanish food, a kind of. We find so sorry. It's I'm a sign to not receive you better because. It was my intention at the beginning. Also was a huge thing to have the coffee this morning because we have this kind of problems here in the Parliament and they are not giving us the service. So at least because we wanted not go out, we didn't want to go out because we have just 40 minutes. So if we go out and in it, we will lose the time. And also here we will have the time to share time together. That I think that they have the opportunity to meet each other is one of the intentions also of this meeting. So enjoy the Spanish lunch, and we have 40 minutes for this, and at 2 we restart with the distribution. 2:30. 2:30. Yes, it's true because we have one of the speakers of this afternoon. The first one. Okay, we have to see also with the interpretation which hour, but we are going to be here, so we can share the hour when we will start. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, Fausto, on va tester l'allemand avec Milo, qui vient d'arriver. Je vois que la caméra me vise pas bien. Bon, étrange. Bon, c'est pas grave. Fausto, si t'es là, tu peux te pin.
Bon, j'avais déjà mis l'allemand, mais on peut refaire le test de
Fausto?
toutes les langues, ça va?
Voilà, désolé, je changeais le casque.
Ok, top.
Ça va.
Alors, je mets juste une seconde la musique, hein. Mais bon, ça va aller vite.
On va tester les langues du coup.
On teste juste,
Non, non,
l'allemand.
on peut... Allô, tu m'entends? On refait toutes les langues.
Ok, donc...
L'allemand, je l'ai déjà ajouté, mais on refait tout, comme ça
va,
on est sûr.
on fait tout, ça va. Donc là, on est sur allemand, moi ça va. Mais attends, parce que l'IT est parti. Fausto, si tu as un souci, tu me l'écris sur WhatsApp. Ok, Milo, on doit attendre, il doit faire un refresh, ça va?
Ok.
Ok. Allemand, c'est bon, anglais. Anglais, c'est bon, italien? Italien, c'est bon, espagnol? Espagnol, c'est bon, et on va au polonais. Polonais, c'est bon aussi. Ok, super, merci. Voilà, on peut dire qu'on est tested and ready. Hein. Merci.